Richard, thank you for coming back again to our podcast. Like you see, we have made some progress. When you found us, we were just using one camera. So from then, we have made some progress. But extensively, we have also, me and you have been having off podcast conversations on life and the same. So yes, thank you for coming back to the podcast.
You're welcome. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Richard.
How has it been? I see there's progress, which is good.
Yeah.
Progress is always welcome.
It's not been bad, but just to start the conversation, we'll just go into you again. We'll just start with you telling us what you've been up to in terms of the engineering world. Just a scoop of that.
In the engineering world, now it's full-on self-employment with Colvard Engineering. We are basically still...
Wait, you left Colors completely?
Yeah.
Now it's Colvard Engineering. Yeah. Okay.
We are still with the same model. We are trying to improve the way we apply bitumen for road construction. There are several ways we use this product, but in Uganda there are limited ways. We use it in only like 3 different options, but it is wide. There are things like low volume roads we need to do. Roads where you know that you don't have more than 1,000 axles a day. There are bitumen is applied in buildings, especially in waterproofing. Basically for buildings, what the product does is that it provides a barrier. You see, bitumen is a rubber. So in buildings, it is basically applied to walls that are constantly exposed to either water or moisture.
Yeah.
You see,
wait, even this last conversation we had with the house and doing the reinforcement for the foundation, that is still bitumen being used.
Reinforcement is different.
Okay.
Bitumen, the product of bitumen, it's called Colascot and Bitushield. They're basically paints, but they're paints for external surfaces. You see, the thing is, they are not used because they are black. They're not commonly used because it's a black color.
Yeah.
Then look attractive, so you have your weather guard for the walls outside. But weather guard can only work if the wall will be given 5 minutes to dry. If it is constantly going to be next to moisture, weather guard will not hold. So in places where the wall is constantly predominantly close to moisture or water, use the bituminous paint.
I have
those walls.
Okay.
The one I want to talk about, the one I commonly want to talk about, is the one for building houses, the foundation, what they call the plinth wall.
Yeah. Once
noticed with concern that most of the houses being put up don't do that. Once they've built the plinth wall, the bricks are down in the ground.
Yep.
They backfill with the soil. They put a cavera, the DP, that 1,000 gauge. Then they continue. They believe that the water will remain down because the cavera will stop it from coming up. Yes, even if the water prevented the cavera stop the water from coming up, do you want to have your bricks constantly in soil or your blocks constantly in water because they are there in soil? When it rains, automatically the soil absorbs water and the soil is touching your bricks or is touching the wall that's down in the ground. So that wall will constantly be damp. You will not see it, but will be damp. And if you're very unfortunate and
you're built in a wetland,
not exactly a wetland, you need to build in a wetland. This thing is happening to houses that are this dampness you see above.
Yeah,
lots
of houses have even.
Those houses are not in wetlands.
Yeah.
Don't you notice it?
Yes.
They're not in wetlands.
Yes.
But I'll give you an example of constant water around the wall of your house. Your flower bed. You're aware that 90% of the flower beds are right around houses.
Yes.
People put up flower, and they water them
all day, all time. People are parents.
You have a wall, you put it down in the ground, then you put your black soil, you build your nice flower bed nearby, you put your black soil, then you pour water.
Yeah.
So it will constantly,
deep in the wall.
it will be down near, it will be the soil will be attached to the wall, and the wall will automatically will absorb water
all the time.
and that dampness is what will come up.
So the dampness we see in the houses is from down.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's coming from the walls down, especially the external walls down. They absorb water.
Yeah.
So even if you have your cavera, this dampness is just a state of coldness. And that state of coldness becomes too much. It comes up and affects the paint.
The paint.
And the plaster. So that is, and I know everyone thinks that the cavera works, but I've been to houses where they've put the cavera, they've put everything, and even our engineering standards say it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to paint with a bituminous paint around the external area of the walls. Especially only the 4 outside walls of your house. That is why you need to protect, because what's happening is the wall is there and then the soil is right next to the wall. So the soil gets wet. I mean, it rains all the time. And when it rains, you know very well the soil will hold water for like 3 days down there. What you will dry will be the surface. But down there, there's always...
Why do you think people are not adopting to this way? Also, buildings that have been there for this long, were they using the same?
Yes, they did.
And how is it that...
They did. Most of those old buildings, they did do that waterproofing of external walls. It's not a new... This product is very old. It's for the 50s even. But
so you're saying like buildings at school were built, let's say at Namidiango?
Yeah.
They're definitely built with
most of them. But then you also have to look at another... Well, I don't... Namidiango, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, but
this product is quite old.
Churches, let's say the
Yes.
cathedrals.
Even I'm even sure even in some normal houses, like I'll tell you, you'll find some of the government projects people will specify waterproofing. I have colleagues who have learned about it, and even if it's not specified in his contract, he uses it because a tin is 200,000. A tin can produce 30 square meters, and that's a big area. So you find the whole building will need 2 tins, 3 tins.
Just some paint.
And you're just painting only. You're just painting only the foundation walls only the walls that are going to go down in the ground. Only those walls. And then you also do waterproofing of concrete roofs.
Yeah, I've seen in very many houses where it also comes from
Yes.
up and damages.
We also do waterproofing of concrete roofs.
But it's common.
Yes.
In Nigeria, in all the houses I have rented in, they've either had Nigeria, Mperere, I think even some bits of Sendagire, most of the hostels, the new ones, they've either had the dampness come from down or up. So how is it that people who have money actually, because they're building, are not spending on the product, or they don't have the information?
They're probably not hiring decent engineers or architects, because and this is becoming very common in our industry.
Yeah.
You will see so many buildings moving up. But if you chose a day and went to any building and said, I want to pitch camp here for 2 months, I want to see an engineer for 2 months, you will not see him. The engineers are always just stamp, then you go away. Then the private proprietor looks for a couple of people he trusts.
Now, for you as an engineer, in the projects you've handled, how do you do it?
Projects I've handled?
Yes.
Most of the projects I've handled have been government. There have been a company that is doing a project for government. And all these specs are being followed. But especially that waterproofing. We even put it in latrines, like those latrines that are lined. Because the latrine, someone thinks, okay, when I'm done using it, but you need also to buy it time. So if you waterproof the lining inside the pit latrine, the susu will not enter the walls. It can damage the walls. People do those things and then the latrine lasts only 5 years. and yet you can use it for 10 years.
Then it becomes damp and very...
The walls are so damp and it can't hold anymore.
Yeah.
You have to sink it and do another one.
How bad can the dampness get to a house? Can a house get down because it has gotten too damp?
I think so. If you're in a wetland and it gets too damp, it will go.
And there, like security, where is there a gap? Where is the gap at? When you're building a house, and there are standards you're supposed to meet at least to like ensure.
Yeah, they're there. I'm even sure KCCA because I think I have those codes, building codes.
Yeah.
I'm sure even KCC has them, And one time I was talking to the former Katikiro of Uganda, OHTwa. What's his name? Daniel Mulika,
yes.
And he was trying to explain to me some kind of like steps that used to be taken back then, I think in the earlier governments or this, concerning how they used to monitor building construction. The details are a bit fuzzy,
yeah.
But he told me on approval of your work plans, you had to be issued a work permit, a construction permit. And construction permits were phased. Because you see, in a whole building or in any project...
In this case, what would the construction permit do and how would it be?
I'm going to explain.
Applicable, yeah.
What I was saying was the construction permit.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you that in construction, whether it's a building, a school, whether it's a hospital or a building, because it's the same as a school, a building, a road, a water supply scheme, there is always what they call a critical path. You've heard of that?
Yes.
So that work permit would be put against the critical path. So they would know that the critical path determines, like I would want you to finish the foundation fully.
Yes.
Before you start the superstructure. And even the superstructure, I won't allow you to do maybe walling and then the beams, I won't allow you to roof.
Yes.
Before you roof. So I give you a starting permit. Before you got the next stage, you come back to the authority. The authority is one that gives the permit. That would be either KCC or Bira, municipal. Yes. So that permit comes back to whatever department it's supposed to go to, maybe physical planning.
They assess.
With you requesting that you want to go the next stage. So someone probably come and assess.
This is what you've done at this stage. Yeah.
And then they go back and issue for the next stage. But I can tell you this, Mark, that I'm sure there are buildings in the middle of Kampala, stored, whose plans have never been approved by KCCA. And even KCCA guys don't know that building has been there for 4 years. I don't know any, but by the time a building starts collapsing,
and we've had a lot of buildings collapsing. I mean, what has that?
That level of negligence for any authority. It means everything there was done without any supervision.
Yeah.
Buildings are built for 3 years, 4 years. Then they occupy it for 2 years and it cracks. So, I'm telling you, I'm not saying they're there, but I'm telling you, there must be buildings in Kampala.
So the problem here is an institution.
It's an
issue of wrong institutions.
It's a structural bottleneck.
Yeah.
Because
it's not an academic bottleneck. People know what they're doing, and some people really know. It's just a structure that is. Yeah.
Go out there and tell a building owner that this is important. Let the codes be shared, and these are very basic things. So I personally will tell you, I've seen a building code. It's very amazing. These things are really, really, like I was telling someone that it's just not feasible anymore for you to sink. These people don't about, I want to manage my cost, so let me have a well in my compound. I don't even think in Chira you can put a well now. Chira, Namugongo, Sonde. Because we all know that a water source is supposed to be 30 meters from a latrine. How many of us have more than 30 meters of land?
True. It's unrealistic.
We all do 100 by 50.
Yes.
Unless saying we don't put latrines, and most people have latrines. Maybe you can say me, you get what I'm telling you?
Yes.
So, even our basic science tells you that that's not reasonable. You know?
Yeah.
But if you don't enforce it, people will go ahead and do it.
So why do you think people are not enforcing it? Is the black market profitable enough?
For what?
For
Black market for what?
For engineers, for guys who don't have maybe fund. Is it easier for someone to? Are people just getting jobs because they're well connected or who they know without the qualifications or what they have done, and it's better that way without the structure? Because some structures now, like for construction, they will definitely have to work.
They have to,
because there's so much at stake. There are people's lives. I'm hoping after a building collapses, the people that are being sued, and people sued direct to the engineer of the building. I've seen in those developed countries.
Man, in our country, you can everything. I don't know. I've been following. I starting from Bebaja.
Yeah. Last time Bebaja when you were Guru, and
I'll give an example. When I was at campus, the first time I think really a major building collapsed. Okay, what I would understand at that time, that Bebaja place.
Yeah.
Collapsed now was in my 4th year, if I remember. And our lecturer, Professor Mwakali, he headed the team that went there to do investigations, you know, for UIPE.
Yeah.
And they had clear, I remember there were funny things. The bars were not the right size. The mixes of concrete were not right. Guys were not giving the building time to, you know, because concrete is, even when you cast concrete, it needs 21 days to cure. For it to achieve, actually 21 days is when it achieves, is it 75% of its strength?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it achieves 75% of its strength within the first 7 days, I think. But for it to get to the real strength, I think it's 28 days.
But these days people don't even wait, even for slabs.
Yeah.
They go ahead. I thought
give it
at some
time.
point,
So,
you know, people are developing new technology or harder stuff. Because some people now don't do. They just lift the whole thing.
Yeah. People will come up with technologies and then abuse it along the way. They don't know that it's a very, when you're doing work like that, even the workmanship needs to be good.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to do. You see,
people don't hire construction managers.
In engineering, yeah, they don't. They find you useless. They find you money wasted. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
In engineering, there's always something called a fool's factor.
Yeah.
It's factor. We call it factor of safety, but it's actually a fool's factor. It's embedded in every design aspect of engineering. So for every design that you do, there's 30% leeway for you to fail. Okay? They give you that factor of safety. If you're supposed to use a column of 12, if the actual bar, if the weight you're going to have of the building can be carried by a 12 millimeter diameter bar,
Yeah.
they will tell you to multiply by 1.3 and use the next size. So it's almost like an over design, but it takes into account all those funny things, like a lazy worker.
No stealing cement from the.
No. Those are the now quantities to deal with separately. This one is now about the strength of the building, because you see, site conditions are not the same as lab conditions. So at the site, a guy will bring you bad sand. You may not know. Okay, not bad, but
it's not what has to.
It's not that it's, because what they deal with on laboratory is almost clean.
Yes.
Even workmanship is involved in that thing. So when you're going to use a very, very quick method like that, you want to cast quickly, load them. If you have to be careful in the workmanship, you have to have the right guys, you have to have the right mixes. It's a new technology. That means that it probably will need better skills. So the norms for
do
us,
we have the skills?
I don't know. I mean, look at the buildings we have. Do you think they are good? Do you think they are done with? Because sometimes skill is not, I may not tell the skill simply because I'm an engineer. You might actually see.
Yeah, but that also goes back. You see just these houses, how they are designed.
Because I'll tell you, there is no house built by an individual like these rentals of ours where someone employed an engineer.
Yes, because now see, this has a separate toilet from the bathroom. And you wonder and you're like, okay, the space was really not thought about.
I don't know. So it's now such things are down to things like separating toilet and bathroom. They're down to individual choices. There is no standard. It's actually even better for a toilet.
No, but once you have
a bathroom,
all right,
it's better for a toilet
to be separate from the bathroom.
Yes.
How so?
Because a bathroom is wet. A bathroom gets wet. It's a dangerous place. You see, a bathroom should just be used for showering, then you walk away.
Yeah.
Very, bathtubs and all their issues.
Yes. And even just sliding
and even a toilet. More, you should realize that most of the houses we have one toilet. So even when you have a guest, he's going to use a toilet. Then you find someone has showered from there. The place is wet. The guest walks in with shoes.
That really makes sense.
So I would. It's.
But people don't use engineers, in my experience with what I've done.
They rarely do. They find them an unnecessary expense.
Are you guys an unnecessary expense?
No, of course not. Of course not.
But you see, the thing what bothers me is even people in close circles. If I am building, and I know my sister is an engineer, but there's a guy who has been building Kucharo, has put up that house. People know him. Kuzimba. So you like to assume that because of his experience and his little knowledge, but because he has been there on sites and he has been building, I can give him my idea and he eats into my idea and he executes the idea.
Except
engineers just badly placed. Yeah. All the structures are so bad that it's easy to bypass the actual necessity of having you on my house.
One, people like paying for things they are seeing. Most of our work is planning and and also cost management. You'll ask me cost management, how? When I come in with an extra cost. Let me tell you how government handles their project as a client.
Yeah.
You say they have money. There's government, or a government institution. There will be a consulting engineer. There will be a contractor. All you guys do as clients, unlike government, is you don't bring a consulting engineer. You think he's useless because you think your contractor executes that work very well. I've met so many young guys trying to build. It's after you talk to him. For example, I'm going to talk to you and tell you, when we've done those plans, we're going to sit down and properly cost them and know how much material we need to put down on site and the quality. And I will monitor that for you. You see, the only challenge we have in Uganda is my recklessness or my mistakes. You can't hold me liable, but maybe that's why people lost confidence. But otherwise, I'm supposed to help you manage your cost, give you a quality product, and on time. Even time is not, but time may not be a concern for you. You may need 10 years, which is okay.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to come and check your contractor
and what they are doing.
Yes. You see, your house is going up. Is it going up according to plan? Are the dimensions right? Are the windows right? Sizes right? Is the quality of the end product the right one? So what happens for you? You stay in your office and focus on making money, or if you're a doctor, treat people.
Because whenever I go to check, I don't understand what I'm checking.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for you saying, I've gotten my good builder, but you've given him all the powers. Now, unless he's an honest person,
which is a rare trait. True.
Now, there is the engineer is supposed to guide you through as you go through that house, you know. And even when I look at even if it was your house,
yeah,
you know, Mark, you want to build your 3-4 bedroom house. An honest engineer cannot come to your site every day. Okay? As I told you, there's a critical path for everything.
Yes.
There's a way you manage it. Even if you're talking about stealing of cement, an engineer is supposed to improvise and make sure that the guys on the site you've put on don't walk away with your what?
How would you, okay, now you as Richard, I don't know, just the people that will listen in will probably get in from that information. That nitty-gritty, the management, because you see, those are the issues. Someone wants to use their cousin because the feeling of them being their cousin is close to honesty. So if I put my cousin on my side, maybe the reduction of cement, and usually people turn out to be funny. So maybe the stealing of cement, the metal bars, stuff supposed to be used. When they hire the guy going to build a house, they give him a whole plan. He gives a whole plan that, hey, you need this, you need this, you need this, and this. But guys are too sharp. They can steal right from the hardware, from how much he collects, you pay. I've been listening to some of Kenneth's widows, the struggles he went through while building his house. So they used to steal right from the hardware. So what he used to do, sit in his home, make his money, and call and say, hey, a guy agenda kuja fundi, agenda kuja wabino. So the fundi says, I need 10 bags, and instead gets like 7. So they reimburse him like for a 3.
You have
and he realized halfway the construction.
You have no idea about what you've just mentioned. And these feed into so many life examples that I've gone through working with people.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to management of materials, people trust blood more than actual
people, professions.
Yes.
People don't want to pay professionals.
Yes.
Yeah.
I worked with a friend of mine building houses with OPM, and he hired a childhood friend to purchase the goods. You know, and I kept on telling him, but I think this guy's not doing something right. My math doesn't add up. Because me, what I normally want to do is, I want to start with a plan. Even if it's just a stage that we are going to build up to the foundation. I never like starting a site without knowing how much material we need. Then I start now monitoring from that usage.
Yeah.
For example, I will know that I need 20 bags of cement for brickwork. When I give you 5, I come and then I measure.
What the 5 will do?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or I can choose one day, a Saturday, and I bring the 5 bags of cement. Then we do the work. So I'll pick another random day when I've given you 10, then I'll come until you measure what you've done. Is it twice what the other one did? No. Why? So if I check you the first time, if you've been stealing and you're fundi, you'll wake up, you'll say, oh, I need to be careful.
Yeah.
So even you as a building owner, I'll work with you one day and tell you, look, let me show you something. For example, when we are bringing cement to site, we don't allow old bags to remain.
Yeah.
When you finish using the bag, burn it, or
give it out,
use it for curing concrete, but don't let it hang around. Why? The guy will go and pick 10 bags. One time I did it, but me I had labeled. In Kakira, we labeled bags of cement. So these guys didn't know. We had labeled yesterday's bags with the date of yesterday. So we came the following day and guys had taken cement. Where are the bags of cement? We have used these ones. I just put and say, this is yesterday's cement. You see? Because they've left around it. You've left around something small like that. So I know some things like that. I will even tell you that, no, you know what? We're at brickwork and these are headers. So one bag of cement does this many square meters. And every square meter is, you measure here and here. You'll see it.
Yeah.
Then you'll also do your own guess one day on a Sunday and come and check. You see? So it's me talking about another person doing your work. So I'm most likely going to identify mistakes and some things if it's being fishy. And that's the beauty about that third consultant. But what you do as normal clients, you get that third consultant and give his powers to the contractor who's doing your work. How is he going to check himself?
And yet it is where everything literally happens, where all the
that's why you
checks
see he's going to go and steal from the hardware, from every chance he's going to get. But now the father is going to come and tell him, this concrete, no. Or if they, because I normally know that people, it's easier to steal very many bags of concrete, of cement when you're doing concrete.
Yeah.
Every time you're casting concrete, I come and spend the whole day there with you. How will you take? And the quality will come out.
And this
That's
is the value the building owner is supposed to be paid for. This is what they get in return.
And so, it doesn't.
Yeah. Usually when they ignore these things happen, it's almost twice the loss. They've stolen so much. You have a very extensive budget.
Yes. You know? Yeah, a very extensive budget. You have, you know, and you don't know that maybe I could have saved this money. Because I actually got to realize that when people do your things the right way, there's zero cost. You know that there's zero cost to quality. So the cost of bad quality is unimaginable. It is you not wanting to look at your wall. I did something, and when I was building my own house, I wanted to buy doors. Then I went to Mayondo, carpentry workshop in Namugongo. I think the difference in price per door, and I was buying only 4 doors. This is the sad bit, and this is where we go wrong. The difference in cost between the Mayondo workshop price and the guy who I went to, who was near my home, was 200k for the doors and like 100 bob or 70 bob just to deliver that truck. Yes. I have bad door frames and doors, very bad. Supervision was poor. The supervision was poor. The wood wasn't dry. The guy didn't bring the things on time.
The frustration was beyond you.
It even got to the point where I told myself, if I finish the upper part of the house, I'm going to remove all these doors. So that's the cost of that poor quality. It's too much. And yet if I had paid my own and they'd given me the right doors, why would I have complained? Those are 25 years of looking at a good door. You see, but I tell people, even these things of where you see your house is inside is wet, we can use our waterproofing product to sort that issue. But as I will be honest with you, that's just for your eyes. But the actual dampness is controlled from down. So if we didn't do it from down, what we'll do here is remove the damaged paint and the plaster.
Then put the same layer.
Put the waterproofing paint on the bricks, on the wall. Then
cover again.
Then cover with plaster. Then paint the plaster, the waterproofing paint, so that now the water stays the other side. Then
does that mean that now from that level, the dampness can still go beyond, past the waterproofing level, then show up on the next level?
You see, what happens is, I don't think the dampness will go past those layers, because it's already reached a certain level. As in, what happens is, it will
the
rain,
moisture now is dry.
The ground will soak, will get soaked up, but will dry out after some time. So it normally doesn't, unless water is too much. But I've seen the normally don't go beyond the sockets, and the water will stay in the brick. But it will not come to the surface.
Did the whole thing there? It spoiled. I think maybe just the plaster was so bad and it went.
No, I think couldn't that have been a leaking pipe?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm talking about the one that comes from down going up.
From the foundation.
Down going up normally has a certain level where it reaches. Never gets wetter than that. So that's what we can deal with, and you don't see the wetness anymore. But proper controlling of dampness on your building, on your house, you need to waterproof those external walls that are in the foundation. You just plaster and you apply waterproofing paint. We'll be sharing the procedures. There'll be videos. We'll run some. We have to definitely do some. Now,
that was actually going to inform my next conversation in terms of. Remind me of the company.
Colvard Engineering.
Colvard. In terms of strategy, how best is Colvard Engineering placed to at least make sure that first we do not have falling buildings, because they are, I don't know if it's you have any control on the market, but of course,
the falling buildings.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Would you push for an agenda?
It's even very. By the way,
putting more pressure.
By the way, you know, I'm going to start by one. I will fault myself.
Yeah.
For not being regularly part of Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers. It has never had an allure.
Yeah, that was we're going to have a whole conversation
to pull you to them. By and large, these guys look like all they want is your annual subscription, and they give you a stamp, you know, that you're the only guy who can stamp here, but actual career growth, it's a joke.
Yeah.
We are supposed to get these registration and stamps. There's a process. You do 4 years, you'd finish campus, you do people engineering, 4 years. Then you start now, they believe now you're now an engineer, so you're supposed to do a project where you're supposed to design and participate in the design and then the building of the project. Then you write a report about the project. Then you get registered. But let me tell you, what really put me off about UIPE was that collapse of Bwebaja building. Because my own lecturer came back and his findings, you actually remember, me, I was not really interested in structural engineering. I was more into roads and water. I actually remember, if you guys were interested in structural engineering, I think went with them on this field visit. I mean, things as simple as the bar sizes were not right, the mixes were lousy, they were not allowing the concrete to cure, that thing we're talking about where before the slab down is wet enough, you are loading it. Because you've casted a slab, you're at ground floor, now you've come to first floor. You've casted the slab for first floor. Before it even dries, 21 days, some people don't even reduce the supports down, then load it again. The concrete has not reached its max, its required strength to carry the right load. They said some of those things, and this was UIPE. Then they went ahead, and their only excuse was the site engineer was not registered. UIPE, really? This is our space as engineers. You've realized there's a mess, and then all you say is that's not our member. So you guys were. You don't even
density of
care enough. At least Ugandan society banishes people.
Yeah.
You don't even care to be part. You don't even care to. That was in 4th year. You don't even care to participate and say, look, who's that guy? Put yourself somewhere in all this.
Because not finding out that is a registered engineer of the checks. And
so then why are you allowing all these building owners to continue doing this? Exactly. Why on that side stopped? Why don't they do?
Yeah.
They
do their job.
Yeah, they just said realize, okay, what's this? Then you start to work and you realize that you can't even go to them to find employment. They can't even, all they do is run a bunch of workshops, the same kind of workshops every year. Then things like that come up, that building codes were never followed.
Yeah.
And then they keep quiet. I get the point that KCCA is not bothered. Those guys are corrupt. Probably they've done something funny. I wouldn't want to say things I'm not sure of.
Yes.
But UIPE.
But look at it from this perspective. UIPE being you see accountants. You go through CPA, then you go back and get SCCA. Once you have SCCA and you're certified, there are some jobs that only you can do, like in the auditing. Why is it like that? It's
like that. It's exactly like that. It's exactly like that.
Okay.
You see, once you have a stamp, you're the only one allowed to sign on any project documents. Even like building plans, the easiest ones that they're supposed to be drawn and approved by a professional architect, registered with a number, and then a proper structure engineer, registered with a number. And that consistency is supposed to be maintained throughout the project implementation. These guys should come and verify what you're doing. They're the one. So when a building collapses, where is the guy on the stand? Why don't they hold him liable? Why do you have to say that it was...
That was not our guy. Or do you just throw everyone under the bus?
Then you say it's not our guy, then it's okay. So that's what I was telling you. Okay, so who was the engineer there? You know? So
If
this is Bwebaja, this was a hotel.
Yes.
Whatever authority, or Intebe, Municipal Council, or is it Wakiso, or is it KCCA, actually let a project go on without following up and finding out, oh wait, we approved this project to be done by an architect called so-and-so and a structural engineer called so-and-so. Are they the guys on site?
Wrong checks done. Usually it's no, still.
And then when the thing finally collapses, UIPE rushes to come back with a report. And that's it for someone. So the allure of UIPE, Osama died. But I think that was our first mistake as us. Would
you, right now, would you go and get the certificate if you wanted?
Yeah, I will. I definitely want to. It's something I've always wanted to. Otherwise,
what do you miss when you don't have it?
I cannot be a team leader of a major project. You know, I can only be a player. I cannot be a team leader. Okay. So if I'm going to talk about quality, I have to be in that position of team leader. So I have to go and abide by that and register. You see. So that's as you've seen what we're talking about. It's a couple of institutions there and just names, and that's all.
So in no case can your experience put you in a position where you can be team leader?
Unless I have that stamp, I can't. Even if I have 30 years of experience, I have to have that practice.
Look at it in this way of the Uganda Airlines, of where a CEO has a vast experience. She has worked in all these other professions. She claims that she has a gift, but also she has been in the industry for quite some time.
Industry of what?
Of aviation. She has been in the aviation because she was still acting. She was also the...
For how long? How long has she been in aviation?
East African aviation. For some good time, I think 8 years.
Which airline is that?
Uganda Airlines. But she was also top
Uganda Airlines has been here for 8 years?
No, not Uganda Airlines. She was East African Airlines as well.
Which one is that? Where were they flying?
That's the thing. I don't know. I read in the news. So
please don't give us jokes.
I saw that.
You see?
Yeah.
And
people are talking about her experience, how she has been treating people. In this case, can't we get a Richard who has been observing? We're going to go back to the road section, and we know that, you know what, before he gets the certification, this goes back to standards of now, like education, because you are a strong believer also in getting the degrees and yes, all that to survive in life. But also, according to your story, it was a safer net for you because you were raised by a single mom. So you were forced by life to see it in that perspective that this is my way out. But when it comes to actual life where people are getting things done in different fields, how do you feel? Is it the certificate a limitation for your field, or is it because you're meant to believe that?
I think I'm just meant to believe that. I don't think that thing
matters.
Well, one,
yeah,
it encourages us to work hard. It also gives them some kind of criteria. I believe in criteria.
Yeah.
I believe that even if you're going to make an exception to the rule, there has to be some kind of criteria involved. Maybe for the case, I'll give you, for us, the criteria is even if you're brilliant, put it in writing. Then let a couple of guys talk to you, give you questions, you present, then you make your case. So if I go back to the Uganda, UIP cannot just wake up in the morning and say, oh, did you hear Richard talking on Big conversion. I think it's quite brilliant. Let's give me a position. That's what was done for. Because at least she should have sat down in an interview.
Yes, she did. She was going for the interview and they appointed her.
You see? So it's not a matter of, I've had that guy. So let him take the job. What? That's a joke.
Yeah, that I see that.
You see, there are limitations in that maybe they wanted someone with a degree in something that's technical in aviation. I see most of them, I think, have aviation engineering or something. He has been in operation. By the way, he has been even that experience of commercial director is rubbish. What's that? Looking for business?
Yeah, she
bullshit.
She's apparently
the guys who are really normally good are guys who have built things. They're normally in operations. Where they will know that, okay, you have this kind of set of skills. Maybe she's able to get Uganda Airlines a lot of business. Is that their reason?
Usually businesses are run by salespeople and innovators. So she could be the salesperson.
But still, I will say that they should have followed some kind of criteria. I was going to say
totally agree.
We needed someone with an MBA somewhere, and she doesn't have it. I've been given a shot at a job like that, and I took it. That's why I got the job at Colas.
Experience.
Those guys wanted a lot more than I had. At the time, they wanted someone with 15 years experience. They wanted someone who was registered. They wanted someone with a master's in business admin. I had nothing. But someone said, you know what? There's a guy I've been talking to who I think understands how to sell this product and stuff like that. He's been working here. I actually went and sold the product, but when I talked to him, he's well versed. Give him a try. So they asked me for my CV. I sent it to NFT. I went for an interview in NFT. And that was it.
Yeah.
So there has to be some kind. You cannot just be on a story
of vibes. And inshallah. For me, things happened. She said it was a gift anyway. But yeah, I see the importance of the certification. Now, yes. Before we go into...
By the way, I can't dispute UIPE for that certification.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm just really believe it's necessary. Now you want...
I'm just talking about them to do the work.
Yeah.
Of what they... they're not giving the young engineer a reason to subscribe them. And look... And I will tell you, I said by faulting.
But how would they do that? Like if they were working their work so well?
I started by faulting myself.
Yeah.
That I made a mistake of not joining.
Yeah.
As a young guy. Maybe now I would have influenced things. That's why I'm going to get myself in there, see how to move.
How long does it take to...
No, I will do it this year. By the end of this year. I have the necessary requirements.
How long does it take for you then to get the certificate? How much time?
By the end of this
investment?
By the end of this year.
6 months can be good. Okay.
It's not. I even have almost everything. It's just a matter of putting my report together, and then I submit. Then I start getting corrections of my presentation. But I'm just saying that they never appear like they're doing what they're supposed to do as UIPE. I'll tell you. How have they influenced the construction industry? Have they tried to be among the people who have pushed for things like the Construction Act to become a bill to become an act?
What's the Construction Bill?
We actually have something like that. It has been there in the ours has never been discussed, but that Construction Bill is there.
What is in it? What do you guys want?
I need to check. But there should be some things that are trying to regulate the industry. Which I think need to be put in place. Okay? I don't know what they have in there. Even me personally, I'm not a very good policy maker. But I can look at a couple of things over time that have needed such an institution or someone to try and take keen interest in the construction industry, whether it's me or anyone. I've been in road construction industry for quite some time. I've been implementing a lot of roadworks, but I've been following. And by and large, we have been Chinese dominated. in that space. To an extent, it started slowly, but to an extent that now I can bet that UNRA has any national road that's being done by a local contractor.
Even this, what's this plan, the town plan they have of rehabilitation?
Which town? You can be specific. The city has, I can name you the contractors in the city. The local contractors also very few. You would say Enago. Enago is owned by an Italian and an Indian. Not Enago. Enago is owned by a Serbian.
Yeah.
Micha.
They have MCA, it's Portuguese.
Motor Angel is Portuguese.
Yeah.
Those ones are here in Northern, but that's a national road.
Yeah.
That's not part of city roads. We don't talk about city roads. Starling. It looks local. It has been here for a long time. It is owned by an Italian and Indians. Kiru is owned by Chiberu George, Enamiliango Obi.
Yeah.
Was, I think, 6 years ahead of me. Of 6 or 5. You look at a company like Abu Beka, it's owned by a local man. Those are 2. There is Datrak, owned by Katongole Chris, Ugandan. There is a couple, but those are small. Fine, they are city roads, but these are 1-2 kilometers and all that and all that. In UNRA, if UNRA brought out their project report, whatever they have,
yeah,
they don't have a local contractor there building a national road. Forget about maintenance of feeder roads and building a national road. There is no local contractor.
In terms of investment, are local contractors placed in positions where they can score these contracts? Can they execute the contracts themselves? Because you see, we've dealt with in the roads, isn't that services? And they local contractors backed by this could be the government, but still.
Those services looks very local, but they should look at their shareholding. There is Naidu, there is the Rao, Indians. Indian, you would say Indian Ugandans, and okay, fine, they're Ugandans. You would say Dot is there. Out of how many?
True. And look at how. But even then,
let me tell you
even then, they've not done good work. I've think they've always been in the papers for shoddy work over and over again. So
I agree with you.
Yeah,
there's that aspect that they've been there, but I will tell you that project management is a three stakeholder game in that customer project. There are stakeholders. The key stakeholders are a client, a consulting engineer, then a contractor. Okay? You are supposed to work in unison to facilitate each other and make sure that you deliver quality, on time, right price. 3 things. When I've assessed the entire project, the ones I've looked at, I've been privy to, participated in, it's very unfortunate that the bottlenecks that a local contractor is going to go through will probably be half of what the Chinese will go through.
Because the Chinese are already giving us money, so they'll have it easy.
Then one, I'll go to project financing. A Chinese will be financed at what interest? At what interest are you being financed? Let's talk about it. Before you go and borrow from Centenary Bank, at what percentage? 2% per month. Benefits what? That Chinese man gets at what? 2% per year.
What?
I don't know what percentage they give Chinese contractors, but it's going to be 2% per month. Like the way what we go through. That if you go for LPO discount.
How is this like that?
It's because we are borrowing locally. They're borrowing from other markets.
Yeah.
I'm even sure Bank of Baroda extends lower credit rates to Indians than they do to Ugandans.
Definitely.
I don't want, that's my bank, by the way. I don't want to be sued, but
that's their origin. So better anyone in the marketing world would have such.
Yeah. So we don't have a bank of our own. All the banks here are multinationals, most are multinationals, they are set on multinational standards, and then you want them to service a local contractor. So even that alone is a game changer, is a different thing. Now we're going to go into the aspect of our poor performance as contractors. Why do you keep saying these guys do a shoulder job, but they keep getting work? Who's giving them work? Who's giving them work?
Technical know-how.
So what are we doing? We got a couple of contractors, low contractors, did the shoulder job, and then we said no, these are fake guys, and threw them out. And instead of throwing out those guys, give that you hold thingy with the child and threw with the bath and poured them with the bath water. Kicked everyone. Decided to label that. Give another guy a chance. Punish guys who are doing shoulder work.
But that's already a rotten fish.
I'm sure even the Chinese were building capacity, because we need to build capacity.
A Chinese checked for their work. You were telling me about the roads from Gulu, that side, and yeah, you had all this frustration of how bad the road was. Is that one constructed by Chinese as well?
Yeah, done by Chinese.
Are they also doing shoddy work on top of?
They haven't been here long enough for you to find out, but I don't think they've been doing the best job anyway. You know, I mean, they are. Are you happy with the general condition of roads in this country? The ones that they have done, the new ones? Because
they're still small.
You can, for example, go to Hoima region.
What makes of a good transport system and good roads? How do we weigh into it and we say that, you know what, these are now good roads, or now this is better? Is it, of course, mode of control traffic?
I think roads are principally, the two things are passability and accessibility. Once those two are achieved, that someone uses that, accesses wherever they are going safely, the right way, without any danger, then that we have achieved what a good road is. There are things, passability, you know, is it because there are roads, there are feeder roads, there are roads that move from small markets to small markets, their passability is bad. That's a bad road. So it should be easily usable, should be, if, by the way, the last time I saw they're even designing more for, because now roads are being designed more for the user's sake than for just those two things. They are now interested. People are getting concerned. I'll give you an example. I want to pick out something. Like if you're designing, okay, I've seen in certain parts of the world where they don't encourage, they discourage, for example, a slope and a right corner. There has been studies have been carried out, and they realized that sections that have a slope along with the right corner normally have accidents.
Once slope,
it's to do with actually your brain as a human being. You're most likely going to lose control. It's like at night, you will not see that corner, you will wear a certain way. So in a country like Australia, they actually realized those were the accident spots. So they will tell you, please avoid such an alignment.
Yeah.
You know, try to find a way of moving it this side and make sure it's like another aspect of designing for road safety. I look at Ginger Road.
Yeah.
One of my biggest problems with Ginger Road is it gets to a certain point of the day and you can't enjoy the experience as a road user. Let me say you're driving your car and you're moving from Ginger. There's some place where you reach and you say, I need to be conscious. There could be a truck parked that's dead on the road. Now, that is a highway.
Yeah.
Really, for you to just design that highway and make sure that it's the width of just the use of two cars, one going, one coming, so that if a truck gets a mechanical problem and he parks on the roadside, half of him is in the road. You have not designed for safety for that highway. That truck should be able to park off the road completely.
And the road is late.
So that a guy will just come and get surprised at 60 kilometers per hour, starts braking, and
something goes on, probably busts his tires.
Okay, so a place like a highway like Ginger Road, I know people will say costs, but it is really not serious for us to have it that narrow.
Isn't the design problem an issue of when I was still working for African Internet Group, this is what they used to do. They would get a system. African Internet Group brought Jumia, the online marketplace and e-commerce. So they introduced it to the country first. They would get top management and systems and how they are previewed from, let's say, Nigeria. And that's how they imagine things are supposed to work. Now, when they reach Uganda or Subuzi, they're on a different level of how they want to do their business, and it has been working for them. So they were implementing, and this is why it has been so expensive to have them to break even. Up to today, none of them has come out when you look at the numbers. I think Jumia this year is when they have pushed, saying after listing, that's when they broke even. But it's because what they imagined and the owners of the company imagined of how e-commerce should work or numbers was not applicable here. By then, the road naming, how to deliver a process, get into place. I feel like it's the same thing with the people who design our roads. They probably get roads and designs from countries where they are working, but they cannot work here. And we are stuck in that because we still have a lot of traffic. Even if you'd say they have tarmacked most of the roads in Kampala, you still feel like...
Which they haven't. If you know the road network in Kampala and you did a percentage, it's a very small percentage of...
that has been covered.
Very small. Very small. It can't be more than 30%.
So the design issue, where do you think the design issue comes from? Do we have bad designers? People are not just doing their jobs very well, or we are using bad designs for bad strategies for wrong places?
I've actually not yet looked at that issue properly. But
because you see,
I think we don't do enough R&D, research and development.
Yeah.
We don't do enough upgrading, refresher courses. And these things, by the way, government used to do them to the engineers. But I think they abused them. Then long they stopped. Because it is only me. Do you know how I got to learn about a few of those design concepts, like designing for safety? Like I'll tell you, when you have that slope and curve, they normally advise you, if it's inevitable, you make sure there's a very big gap. There may be a guardrail, but in certain countries, they tell you before you get the guardrail, plant grass in that corner. So that when someone goes off the road, in case he's sleeping, he will hear a change in texture of the road and he will come back. See? And then sometimes you say cost, but that's not a cost.
Yeah.
I've seen even places where I think, you can easily sleep, they make it slightly wider and they make something wake you up. You've seen roads nowadays in Uganda where there is that thing in the middle, but when you go over it, the tires make noise. Such things.
I've seen a lot, by the way.
That's a design for safety. It wakes you up if you're going off to the other guy's lane. Yeah. It wakes you up if you're going off. You see?
So, because it's very uncomfortable. There's no way you can't.
You cannot stay there. You live in order that your car has a problem.
Yeah.
So those are the few things that go on. I just picked. I didn't say we don't design for safety. I just said that a good road, even nowadays, has a safety aspect, a safety component of it.
Yeah.
In Uganda, by the way, you may be right. We have challenges that you can't envisage that are difficult to see. Let me give you one. Design like safety. When a road is being built, they'll find a trading center that barely has a school, that barely has a hospital. The moment they do that road properly like this, a school will come up. A school now becomes, all of a sudden, it's not safe anymore because we have a highway here. Design speed is 80 kilometers per hour. Okay, by the time you are building it, you design the speed for that place to be 80 kilometers per hour. There was no
all this.
There was no market. Then when you build the thing, your very, very workers create the market themselves. They're the ones who will go find a woman there has been cooking chapati and they'll do a proper thingy for food. She puts up a kashak. The guy next door will put up an airtime because of your own what?
Yes. Your own
5 years, you build a town, you walk away, there's a school, there's a hospital. And now all of a sudden, cars are now passing quickly. Cars are passing. Then accidents come up. Then the area MP starts making noise. People are dying. LC1.
You see how that is such a big technical problem? In this other world, it's also a structure problem. It's also praised to be now the advantage of the road coming to our community. I remember these is things were growing up.
Yeah, but you see,
infrastructure is coming.
Yes.
It's bringing jobs, employment, and communities are coming together.
Yes.
Yeah, but then the bigger goal is it's affecting a whole transport system in this case.
Yeah, then you start having towns there. Then before you know it, the area MP is talking about humps. Then they put humps. Humps damage cars. Humps bang shocks you, man. You have no idea.
They definitely do just this to what will happen.
The damage of a hump on shock, it can do 25% of a shock's life. Off. Just humps. Then you start to have a road that has been designed for 80 kilometers per hour. Then there's a section where you're going to find 2 kilometers or 50 kilometers per hour. You have to get to Kabale. Then you meet so many small towns like this that are disorganized. Those towns need to go away. We get it that roads bring development. And I'm not talking about that because in Hoima, we get that roads bring development. Projects actually supposed to bring socio-economic change.
Development. Yeah.
It needs to be regulated. You see, we cannot have school gates that are 5 meters away from a highway. That's not safe. Trucks lose control all the time here. You have seen it happens once in 10 years, but I've seen a scenario where a car is inside someone's house.
It doesn't happen once in 10 years. No. Me, I see it in a month. I'll see 2. This I'll tell you.
Now,
well, it's just the other one is the
I want the highways.
Yeah.
A highway is supposed to have limited access to it as much as possible. If it has access, it becomes a street.
True.
That's the definition of a street now. You see, so from Kampala up to a place like, let me say like Mpigi, Masaka Road should be having no access in between. They should be having, you will say that you will kill the roadside, but we don't, this policy of having car roadside things, it doesn't look good. Even when you're driving around, it doesn't look right. If we want to do, we can have a small development on the roadside, but if we want to do proper development, it should be concentrated a bit inside.
Yeah, away from the road where someone.
Okay. Yeah. Then what you do, you will pick a village, because now for us here, you will drive on Masaka Road, and you get to Nsanji, and this shop has access to the road. This shop. Those guys should close off all those guys off, put them up, then give them one access. That's about 20 kilometers. 10 kilometer interval between one access to the next access. Such you avoid, you're driving on a highway, then some guy is branching off to go to Maya.
Some guy is selling Gonja.
The safety aspect of our roads is zero. Okay? Just because we don't have accidents all that often, but that's not safe for a road. Especially a highway. Where you're designing for a speed, people need to enjoy their designs properly. If you design for a speed of 100 kilometers per hour and the guy's car can get there, let him do it.
Andrew also on the podcast said that if, say, they focused on, by they I mean the government, focused on solving the issues of Mpigi and Wakiso. Where, because you see a lot of people come from Mpigi, Wakiso to come into Kampala. And when they're coming into Kampala, the roads are smaller where they join.
They get narrower.
Yeah.
And so if there are more towns of people in Kampala also joining them.
Exactly. That
let me give you an example. You see this Entebbe Expressway. Entebbe Expressway was designed to decongest Entebbe Road, right? Do you know where the jam in Entebbe Road stops?
They have taken forever without using.
No, the last time you were there, where was the jam stopping?
It's too much.
No. When you drive along Entebbe Road, where do you stop experiencing traffic jam?
At the express. When you're joining the express.
When your expressway is from here, Busega.
So you're saying when you're in Entebbe that side?
Because we are supposed to decongest Entebbe Road. Which jam are we decongesting? Where was it stopping? Do you know where the jam used to stop on Entebbe Road?
No.
Before Kajansi. Okay. Now, where do you enter?
Namasuba, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So you go up, you even exit, even roofings used to be affected.
Yes.
You go ahead.
Yes.
I think up to Bwebaja, around Bwebaja.
From all the side of Bata.
So, what traffic jam did they relieve? Because the cars that go up to Entebbe come out from Kajansi and there's no more jam. It means that the cars that stop at Kajansi and before are the ones that had the jam. They're still there. Maybe now the volume has reduced because of fuel, but that's why you see, they thought that traffic would come and use this side.
Yeah.
But that traffic can't come this side, because this side, you only get out of the expressway towards the airport. So someone who was causing traffic going to Kajansi can't use the expressway from Kampala. He will still use the old Entebbe Road.
Sure. So, in simple terms, you're saying even where it was placed is not helpful.
No, it has limited access for those people who are causing that jam. And now we have to get for it traffic, because I cannot stand in Zambia and come and use this road. The people are going to use this road to go to the airport. This side, Nigeria, Boyogerere.
From this side of Ginger, definitely. And boom. All the other side,
Masakaro might not even come also. Those guys of maybe even Munyonyo. You see? So, what we're talking about?
The design, of course.
Yeah. So the design traffic for the expressway is picked from wrong data.
Yeah.
It's picked from data of cars at the Queensway.
Yes. So
but the composition of that traffic there barely gets to Entebbe. 70% of it is going to disappear in Machindie, in Nyanana, in Deje, in Kajansi, in Luboa.
Wait, but how did they expect from Queensway? How do you connect to the express?
You can't. We have to pick that traffic from there and bring it to that spot, so that now someone can come from Queensway quick here, then he connects.
So again, is it exposure or a KCCA?
For me, no. That was For me, I will be honest with you. From the time I've seen all these expressways, they're too expensive. That road is $457 million.
Why is it that this is
finish? And that is another thing we need to look at.
Exactly.
I mean, we have been promised that Chinese
will be cheaper,
and that's a Chinese. We might have fallen into a trap. Why? It happened I think it happened to the telecom guys. The Chinese come in, they undercut, they hold on, and you collapse. Then they go back up. Then they will overcharge.
To make up for.
And I'm telling you, I've told you, the local contractors who are doing national roads are not there anyway. You've just mentioned DOT. But the used to be their multiplex. Mugala, so you can always point at workmanship or what, but did you give another one a chance? No. You know, this could have been a ploy. They come in, because now if they starve you for 5 years, how are you going to survive? You can't pay salaries, you don't have work coming to you. You won't maintain your equipment. And now when you collapse, who's there to compete with them? They go up. They did it in telecom. They collapsed. They almost collapsed Huawei.
Worried.
Ericsson.
No, you're saying on the bigger...
Yeah. On the commercial scale, the Ericssons.
Yeah.
And then when they started going into prices of maintenance, they were high. So the man is going to come in, dominate your space for a long time, kill labor. Last time when I talked on the phone, I told you, Mark, we talked today and said that projects have socio-economic benefits, and most of these foreign aid funded projects, they have been selling skill transfer.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever gone back to consult? Where is the skill transfer? Where is socio-economic transformation? We talked about this, and I said towns grow. I swear to God, I went to Holma region in 2016-17 for business. At that time, they were doing some oil roads.
Yeah.
Quite a bunch. I remember Kaboya.
This was 2016, yeah?
2017.
Yeah.
Those roads are done. Does anyone go back, to check what was socio-economic
impact?
Because I went there and it's not there.
It's not there. It's not.
Let me tell you.
You said even oil and gas is not putting up.
No. The roads, and that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Me, I'm not tell you what I saw.
Definitely. The experience where you have seen.
Okay? I don't know what's in people's houses, but what I saw still looks the same as what I saw in 2016. It has not changed. I've not gone to Mabali. There's a town called Mabali where they camped for the Chinese that was doing the road coming from Kaboya to Chenjojo. Had put his site yard. That town is still the same. It has not improved.
No change.
I would expect there was about 6 billion. What? How much money was there? 4 trillion?
From what?
In the just building of roads I won't tell you, in this region of, because I remember those roads. You come from Hoima, you come inside and you connect you pass through Kagadi, then you go to Mubende. Then you pass through Kagadi and you go to Chenjojo. Those are over 100. These two roads, they're over 240 kilometers in total. Then you move from Chenjojo and you go to Fort Porto. They did that one. You come back this side and then you come from Bulima. You come from Kawa, you go to Bulima, now towards Masindi side. Then you go to Masindi Port. There is Kaboya, Buhuka, they're quite a bunch. There was over the last 6 years, there's not been less than 3 trillion there in roads. That 3 trillion does not translate to any of those villages. I don't think
the impact cannot be visible. You can't see it. For a village that has consumed 3 trillion, I see.
No, for a whole space, there's 3 trillion of roadworks. This is just roads.
I totally understand. Roads come also with the engineers probably from that side.
But why? These Chinese come with everything. These Chinese
what is everything in this
they'll come to Kabe even with their cigarettes. They would store eggs.
Yes.
They would come with their own eggs. If they would store meat, they would only buy pork, milk, and eggs, and vegetables. But they will come with everything they're supposed to use. They'll even put up portal cabins that they won't even rent houses from you. They will only find some guy, get a yard, put in portal cabins. The equipment is Chinese. The mechanics are Chinese. Then they'll pick a few support staff here and there. They will not go and drink in the local bar. These are the things that create economic social impact. I will tell you.
Money in circulation, definitely.
When I was in Jinja and the building, was it 2011? The building Bujagari? Yes. that started. Those white men will come to the casino, gamble. They will get those girls. They would get those girls in Ginger, set them up bars. I mean, these women of the night in Ginger own the bars because of that Bujagali impact. People will tell you they bought trucks to deliver sand, and you know the man would welcome them and pay for your sand. But the Chinese has a single truck to bring his sand.
I have dealt in the sand world, so I know how bad they are. They first of all abuse the people at the sites. That's
Yes.
it's so bad for them. It's theirs.
So-
It's their trucks.
So
and their people.
I will tell you
But I
that
know.
there was an impact
Yeah.
of Bujagali construction in Ginger, and when it stopped, you would actually feel that the impact, money has reduced, or businesses are not feeling.
I hear you. Just small
You know?
festival like Nyege Nyege coming. You see an impact.
Yes.
That, yeah, people saying they
Yes,
sold
but
this.
we have a
and that.
Chinese. Now we got the second point. Does anyone go back to assess the skills transfer? We're all here on rumors. I might be making wrong accusations, but these are based out of my observations. I can barely find an engineer who will tell you I work with a Chinese company, but they've built so many roads.
So when you look
You know?
at
And even when you
CVs
find
that people
You will say, I can't do this anymore. These guys are, you know.
I can't.
So
It was the worst experience.
we have just talked about these things, and we have just talked about what they talk and say that, you know, when we build a road, there'll be socio-economic, transformation. There's the first baseline. We should have at least gone and taken a baseline survey of what do the towns look like, what are people earning. Then we come back when the project is done and say, okay, the first phase of the project is done. What is the impact? Do we have local workers who can actually do a pothole? Do we have engineers? Has this Chinese man skilled an engineer to make sure that this engineer can take over and build a project this big? You've just asked me a very pertinent question. Why aren't local contractors getting those projects? Well, one, if local contractors have not had the capacity.
I didn't get the experience from these people.
Capacity is both experience.
Yeah,
It can
yeah,
be
true,
money,
true,
it can
true,
be.
true.
And the best capacity is always experience, but there's not money. Money helps, but if money works, but if you have this thing, let's say we have agreed that, okay, we are all fake as engineers in Uganda, we can't do this big project. The foreigner you've brought in, who has he trained?
Make sure that you don't.
Because
bring in
the
another
first
foreigner.
point of giving that foreigner the chance to come here
Yeah.
is he's going to train someone to take over. And I've told you, even finances, it's about learning how to manage them. Okay? Make it which loan, which facility should I take? These things are not taught in school. I've done civil engineering. I even met guys who have done MBAs with their engineering background. They still have a problem to actually point out financing, how to manage it. And these things are done as
With experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if the Chinese man has gotten a project, China Communication has done projects here for 10 years. Have they had the Ugandan at the helm?
Yeah, but this should be checked. This has to be checked.
Have they had Uganda at the helm? Have they had Uganda as number 2? What kind of Ugandans are they recruiting?
When they're giving these people contracts, isn't that like okay, I know that we don't.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, that's a requirement.
When I was in Colas, when Colas was trying to push and get favor and get that project of Hoima Airport under SBC,
Yes.
the first point Lars used to give, or Colas used to give for this, was knowledge transfer, skill transfer. They even went ahead. They had even told me that I go and meet guys in Faculty of Civil Engineering. I was supposed to meet Dr. Bagampade, Omar, to help me get in there. Imagine, they're even supposed to pick interns from maybe civil engineering class, mechanical, because it's an airport they're doing. For the 4 years, you're supposed to pick an interns from every
So
year
that it's
to take
practical.
there, to train, and also they are not there. That project needs to also give us a list of employees, because I don't think they're doing that thing. It was just done at the point where they were enticing government. We're going to do a BCD, then they flipped when they finally got the work.
So because there are no checks still.
There are no checks.
Yeah.
The project manager cannot even tell the guy, hey, give me your personnel schedule. He's not Ugandan enough. He's an engineer and works or what? Or a project manager who can't even say, look, you guys, no. You guys promised this. Where is it? I need to sign the reports of the interns.
So doesn't that fault
trainees.
the education system of you see, I've gotten out of my engineering school, but now I cannot even practice what I have studied on projects that.
Let me tell you
profitable
something.
enough.
I've grappled with understanding the education system as a person who has gone through it,
and mastered it, and you went through
as
it
a
very well.
person who was obedient to it.
Yes.
Very obedient. And as a person who even still has his notes. I still have I can show you my notes for first year, second year. I even remember some of the topics in economics level, populations, Malthusian theory.
Yeah.
I have those notes. One, I'll be honest, there's no problem with that thing. It has limitations.
Yeah.
But its limitations past what we can offer it as a country for usage. People will complain and say, I studied population studies for nothing. Are you serious? Isn't there some America doing population studies? Did they stop doing it in the US? We need to find out. If they are, what are those guys doing?
Let's look at it from this way, Richard. Is it what they are doing or how they are doing it? The thing here is the UNEP curriculum. Right from that, let me just go back to that low level. Once we cram to do the exams and then pass and get a curriculum. So, because we have just bombarded, you're doing 16 subjects.
We used to cram standard procedure.
Yeah,
I remember I lost my political education book, beginning of senior to like. I wrote the book from my head. I didn't grab another guy's book. I could remember about beginning of democracy, and I wrote, even if there were 20 definitions of democracy, I could remember them. I memorized them. But I will say that at the time when I was cramming them,
Yeah.
the biggest miss was understanding and implementing them. And I'll tell you something. Even something as simple as reading a newspaper article will help you understand political education. So when you're in school and they put newspapers in the library, did you read them? No.
No.
Because no one could connect that dot for you. I'll tell you, I went for a test in public health engineering and I answered a question using a newspaper article. They asked us a question about that Nachiv channel, its advantages and disadvantages. I had read the newspaper article. They were never told to us in the
Classroom.
But the things were there. What that project is going to cause is going to pollute the lake. Those were in the newspaper. You see, so we have the content. Probably we can say, because we don't know what it is, we need to be guided on how to use it. But it's very relevant.
In terms of now, yeah, it's relevant.
I will tell you.
In how you think about it. But you see, with experience.
After you've exposed yourself, let me finish telling you.
Yeah.
I now tell my daughters.
That was going to be my question of how you're going to career guide the daughters now.
I've realized our education system might be lacking, but I've also realized that I have to be honest with myself, and I cannot sustain an international education system for my kids. Because I don't look at this as, see, now they're in P3, let me go. What happens in S3? Am I going to take them to Vienna College? What happens after Vienna College? Am I going to manage the next best option? I don't think I can. And I want to see this with honesty. Okay? So they have to be where they are to get an education.
Yeah.
How do I fit in? I try as much as possible to relate everything you do to my life. Because I can. Even the math you do, I can tell you how I use. You give me I was dealing with my daughter percentages. I told her, do you know how I can only understand that I've made a margin? It's a percentage margin. And I have to compute mathematically. I bought this at this much. I've sold it this much. This is my difference. This is the percentage. I've made this much. It's math. It's addition and subtraction. Then some. So I tell her, no, this we do like this. And there's something difficult to relate, like things with powers. But even those ones, I can tell you when I'm in the car, I just put 2 power 2 and I have the answer. It gives me quick thinking. It gives me a logical understanding of things. So I tell them, math, be keen. It's important. I've looked at our curriculum. I can't do much. I can't relate everything. But I've made it conscious choice. What I want them to do. A language, preferably German.
Why not Chinese?
Because German is simple and German education is free at university.
That's true. I've hosted two German Ugandans. And
I want to give my kids a chance at education
in Germany.
Yeah. So they have to go to German graduation starting from this term, like end of this term. End of third term.
Yeah.
I want to make sure they can go there. The second thing, they have to do accounts. They have to pick that skill. I'm really going to encourage them.
Why are you picking on accounts?
By the way, we don't realize these things, but even at home, you need a budget.
To actually run anything, even yourself, your personal life, you
need to have some kind
be
of
consistent.
Money tracking
exactly
abilities.
I agree.
And forecasting abilities. I want them to be able to, don't to struggle with the finance part of their business when they start being whatever. Because
entrepreneurship.
I went to the British High Commission, the residence, one day for a dinner, and I met an old man. I don't remember his name. And he told me, I don't know if this is true, that all British graduates have to have a bookkeeping course. You cannot graduate college without a course in bookkeeping. And I think therein lies the difference in our lifestyle, in our lives. The other guys are given that skill that we take for granted, until you start to do your own company, then you are skills for VAT, then you start, preparing audited books that you don't understand. You have to rely on another finance. You don't have to understand them in detail, but
you have to have an idea. It's a skeletal surface production. You have to have an idea of how this will look.
For me, I want them to have a skeleton, an idea of accounts, and an establishment of a good language. Then from there, you can do whatever you want. Be a musician,
be an artist,
whatever,
YouTuber. The argument on online.
I want the extra language because it will always remind you that you can learn a new language. So when you go up there and you start needing to learn Mandarin, you remember I told you that you need to learn a new language. But for me, what I would like to do is German, because I'm hoping at uni they can go to a better uni. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been having discussions with fellow friends. We're making very glaring mistakes, and they're going to come back. This very, very expensive education we are dealing with, hoping that it's going to give our kids better advantage over the others, has been used all the time. Kids are, Mark, you don't have friends who went to the UK to study the first degree?
All the time, it's true.
What is it?
They're back here, most of
them. Value for money.
That's the question I was going to ask.
Value for money.
The time and investment we've put through educations. Now for you, even about 3 daughters.
I have 2.
2.
Yes.
The investment of time, let's say they go through, you said you want them to go through the normal schools gone through.
I want them to go through Namagunga, Namugongo. Now, if I get them to be cram and pass those things, and then I can give them a chance to German. You know, and even German, I'm very skeptical about. I almost don't believe in kids being very far for their first degree, unless they're going to prove us wrong. I don't think they're old enough for that amount of independence. You see, when you're in Lumumba, I will call you. I'm your dad. I'll call you. Hey, come here. I want to send you here, and you will know that my dad can see me. And you know that dad told me tomorrow I'll be supposed to be here.
So you get yourself.
I can meet daddy's friend somewhere.
Yeah.
So you're in
line,
but you're in German or UK.
We see them
at 20 years. And the thing is, most of us, when we send them, when most parents sent us at that age, they even send you with fear that you can't work. So they send you money. Can you imagine someone maintaining your life when you're in the UK? How expensive that life is. And someone is sending money from here. You're there studying. You will ask yourself, why should I stay? There's someone sending me money. I should go back and do what he's doing. And even if we've said that we've educated them for those places, how many are staying?
Yeah.
How many are really staying? Let's be honest. So even that one, I'm a bit skeptical. I will hope I can pull it off with a scholarship, and I make noise that, this is for free. If you misbehave, this will happen. But I also feel uncomfortable with that distance. For me, I'll tell you, I'm not an advocate of spending time with the kids. But I want to run my life on a critical path. I want to try and identify moments that need me to develop my child and do them. I don't think this constant checking on them and snagging.
Yeah.
And I also don't think that it's just a matter of you throwing them to.
The thing is, how does your child become your friend so that you?
Your child isn't supposed to be your friend.
Isn't that the mistake we get? I'll tell you.
I don't understand what kind of relationship you should call with your child, because you don't.
That friend is extreme.
Friend is extreme. Friend is. I barely have friends as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you cannot call your child a friend. Your child is your child. Okay? It may sound like an imposition, but it becomes an imposition if you're giving guidance, because you would have seen this before. You see, I never did language. I would have been here making noise. I want my kids to be engineers, lawyers. I'm telling you, I want them to learn a language and have a basic book accounting skill, and then they can be whatever they want to be. For me, that's. And there are two things. I want you to go to German Cultural Center. I'll make sure I follow up. Yes, I want to come for class day. We'll go through that mathematics, that physics. What I will remember, I'll actually tell you. And me, I actually want to be able to remember, so that I can tell you these things are easy and I can do them. And I can give you confidence. You see, I can do it. Even you can do it. I did it when I was your age. I'm not in a special. You may even be better than me.
Applicable motivation. Yeah.
And I will tell you those things. No, physics is valuable. You cannot tell me that we did all those years of useless education.
Because we're meant to believe that.
By the way, let me tell you this. There's another point. There's another aspect you need to look at with our education system. Not education system. With how we are taking on our graduates. There's no meritocracy anymore. Who tells you they're employing the best kids? What if the best kids are the ones that are lying around looking for work? Those things you hear of, this person has this much experience, then don't have to go through a sieving process. Why?
To cheat
ourselves. Are we picking the best from our education system to get jobs? No. We lost that a long time ago. And why do we wonder that they're not performing?
Isn't that the big conversation of why aren't the best being used? If the best can't be used, and it's about the best,
who's employing the best? Let us go to government and look at their last 10 years of recruitment. Did they pick the best? Do you know the criteria for picking a lecturer at Makerere University is very clear. You're a first class kid. If there's none, you're second up. Let's go and look at the ones they've taken. They are past degrees. They have past degrees in that space.
Oh.
If we go and look at the chief magistrates, the magistrates, or the prosecutors that they are giving these
Terrible.
district roads, or these cases, these district courts and what, are they the best?
The best in this case has to be the one who has aced school with flying colors.
Are they employing them?
School is the standard.
Are they employing them? Are we really? Oh, we are just, I know this one. Then you give them a job, then they don't perform. Then this one protects them. Leave him. Then doesn't perform until there's a mess. I don't want to mention names, but I have so many examples.
Yeah. That's how things are working now. So, if things are working
So if they are not employing the best, why are we doubting? What's our problem?
I see your argument. Makes sense.
We are claiming that graduates can't do their jobs right.
But are we employing them?
Did you employ the best? I mean, if the MD of NSSF, Richard Biarwanga, is busy saying stuff like, for them at the fund, they realized they don't need degrees. I wanted to where is that fund doing miracles? Is it the best place? Are they, do they have the best standards of practice in the world to make him think that he can brag about
what data have they covered
their recruitment process, so that he can tell the whole population, and people start to form very funny ideas in their heads that, you see, even a guy like the MD of NSSF has said that they don't need good degrees. Are they doing the best work? They're doing bullshit.
But let's look at the companies that are doing the best work.
Which ones?
Microsoft, Elon Musk, Tesla. All these companies have come out to say that having a bachelor's degree is okay. These are tech companies. Again, with tech, you have to know what you're doing. I give you code, you can't write it, you can't write it. You can't design, you can't design.
Go on.
So for them, they're saying that a bachelor's degree is not a requirement.
I understand. I hear you.
To get jobs. Where though the issue is, because I think this is why me and some of my friends didn't. I got overly promoted, by the way. Hardworking as usual. I get my targets in, do. But I reached an extent where jobs needed MBAs to get you to a promotion that makes sense, that probably gives you and now the thought of going back for that I've not yet made up my mind on school and finishing. So that, but top companies have come out to say they don't want to hire people with degrees. They
have not said that they don't want to. They have just told you that it's not a requirement.
Yeah.
That is because those top companies have a criteria that they follow to make sure that they can get an equivalent of you elsewhere.
In the requirement, yeah.
Do we have that?
No.
So the other guy is just giving us jazz to employ.
At least these ones have the results. When you get
the other one is giving us justification for employing underperformers. This, because you've not told me that now. You see, there's an example of this one. NSSF, we have employed them. They have performed this well. They've saved this much money. Tangible stuff. Not for you to just jazz and give a blanket cover that, you see, for us now, we don't look at the quality of the degree. Then you're the mess. Maybe that's why are they performing well?
But when someone like the NSSF boss says something like that, isn't it so embarrassing? Doesn't it channel into, then what's the point of our institutions, the big ones, if they're not picking out? Okay,
if you don't use degrees or whatever, what criteria are you using? Then we eventually get to figure out that the person you've given, then the institution is not performing.
Because the institution has,
you don't tell us that for quite some time we've not been recruiting. You see, we cannot, as a country, we are failing first and foremost. So we have to. What have we been doing lately? I will tell you. I know things change.
Yeah.
But why is it that some people think they went to Makerere when it was good?
Even the rankings have always been good.
And yet, maybe the context that we've gotten stuck in the education system, which has become obsolete. Okay? But I actually found good lecturers at Makerere. Okay? I will accept. Maybe we are not the finest products, but this is more than just the education system. And the education system may even be less than 20% of this problem. I've told you.
It has also produced
How
the
is
biggest
it the
results.
problem of a chemical engineer not having experience? His education. How is it his problem? How? You barely can employ a chemical engineer. You don't have the applications. I will tell you, even us within civil engineering, I will die without knowing anything about a railway.
Yeah, this he told me.
And
Probably you not if you're not living in the country, you not construct an airport.
how many railways authorities do we have? We have only one. We don't have a rail contractor. The rail line is old. This is not
Recently, it even caused accidents. People,
exactly wagons falling off. This is not an engineer's problem. I mean, I'm sure there are facets of law. I have a guy, a colleague of mine, Namiliango, it's called Professor Kabum. I'm telling you, we sat down one day and talked, and I couldn't get his point until I started to realize that there are certain cases anymore that don't need a brilliant lawyer.
I was talking to Counsel Semakade. At some point he told me in 5 years there will be no point of lawyers. Okay, where he was getting it from.
For him, he's getting it from another development angle.
Yeah.
Me, I'm going to get it from our current situation. A human rights lawyer now is cooked.
True. Like Manu.
I mean, we have situations. People have been in jail for 2 years, no representation. So, where's the human rights lawyer?
People, to an extent, or some of them even hold very high positions like members of parliament, here. So,
and then, it is such a funny thing, because I will tell you, right now, you cannot, even if you are competent, you can barely be given a contract to build a district facility. Why? AOC5 wants money, he's going to bring his cousin. Whoever is strongest in the district will pull those political jobs, those jobs. But look, you're the LC5. Same time, you want to be the one collecting market collection fees. You're the same guy because you're collecting market fees, you're getting free cash. You're the same guy who wants to build the latrine. Okay? Now, there's an engineer, a young engineer from Katakwi. Even if he was to come and try to grow the capacity of the contractor, he can't. AOC5 or RDC or Councillor or
frustrating and disappointing.
Guys are in there, they know their projects they're going to do. They give themselves the projects. They already have sitting work. They have jobs, existing jobs. They are getting these contracts unfairly. They are doing them and taking money. Now, then you will always say Katakwi does not produce engineers. Katakwi has engineers, but the engineers of Katakwi will not go back.
True. Because
meritocracy disappeared. The rules don't apply. These rules, like conflict of interest, are meant to strive for such things. Why are you a cow or a district engineer and you still want to do the roads? Give them to a contractor.
RDCs, they have that
your job. You already have a job. When you get to MPs, these ministers, they want to be the ones with the job in an office. Then he owns the farm somewhere. Then he owns apartments. Then he's the one who's supplying so and so things. Why? Can't you just do one thing? What if your son does something? You've held a job 20 years. You're the man who has amassed wealth. You're the man who has amassed experience. And by the way, we need to look at this thing of experience. Maybe we even need, now as they said, I think as a country, we need to look at not just list, but even highest. We need to tell some people, oh, no, you go.
Your experience, no.
You go and start your own shop. No, because if we're able to put it to graduates, you have the experience. Why can't you to a man who has done 25 years in an office? He has a couple of blocks in town, apartments, solos are rent. His kids are probably, they are getting uni. Then I have big bills. He's the one with the land. He's the one with some savings. but he's the one you want to make the boss of Uganda Airlines because they apparently have experience. Then a young guy who finishes thinking in aviation or in tourism or in hospitality, because they needed in that they cannot come because you've capped with a big person. This big person should leave and go and start a farm in hospitality to support this airline.
That's I entirely agree
create
with
a
you
channel
on that.
for people to go through. Okay, so I don't know whether I'm over losing myself.
No.
Consistent.
No,
but
that we I think very on track on
we cannot. We can no longer. I feel like we are selling an experience.
How do we bring back merit? Because it has died out from even the schools. People now can get into a traditional school in S4.
Merit has gone. Merit has.
Again, it comes from some school and
let me ask you.
So you wonder.
Let me ask you.
Man.
What experience were we paying Mosisi for in KCCA? 48 million shillings.
That is a quite for planting a grass around Kampala and the KCCA carnival. I've heard these arguments about the KCCA and all these jobs they create, and then they give them heavy budgets. Then people pretend like they're working, yet there is no actual work they're doing. Okay,
I wanted us a while ago. I was seeing some figures.
Yeah,
and I was talking about their output of roads. Now, even if I don't think they can hand over more than 150 kilometers a year. I think the figures I read, I think the
cannot handle 150 kilometers in a year.
Hand over.
Oh, okay.
Completed work.
Yeah. They have not done that.
They normally average about. I think I read somewhere where they were averaging about 250. Then I think the first 4 years of Allen they were doing about 150 to 180. But can you imagine the labor bill they have loaded us and that output of 20 kilometers a year? Guys do 400 kilometers, 500, 1,000 a year. In 6 months, actually. You should Google. I forget that road, what Trans-Asian Highway or something. It was going through several countries. I think they did it in 6 months and it was like 1,000 kilometers. You get what I'm telling you? Now, as an institution, goes to Parliament and delivers a wage bill of that much, of a head who's over 50 million, departments are 20 whatever, and after 6 months they bring 150 kilometers. Is it really value for money?
No.
For the taxpayer?
It's a loss.
I believe no one should go beyond. I don't want to quote these things, but they have to have a cap because they don't have an output better than that. We need to work some of these things backwards. This is how much you bring out. Let's work it backwards, and this is how much you what. Maybe we need to do benchmarking like that.
Yeah.
Because it looks like the benchmarking we are doing is now not even. It's now just. Oh, this is the MD. This is the MD. This is the MD of Kenya Rural Roads Authority. He earns 50 million. This is the MD of Ugandan National Authority. Earns 50 million. What is the output of the two? Is that benchmarked? But the Ugandan guy cannot have capacity like the Kenyan guy. Output. Why do you benchmark like that? The other benchmarks I've seen where guys have talked about his job being extremely complicated.
Operation, let's now go into costings. You see, that road of Kenya, the costs as compared to the northern bypass, ours is still small, but overly expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, compared to those roads. So now our guy will ask for 70 million because he's saying I had to compensate people here. There are trees that have witch doctors.
No. You're getting me wrong. I'm talking about things like earnings, salary, not project value.
No. Yeah, even to earning salary, guy will say, my work is more complicated. I have to deal with a tree that has a witch doctor.
Yeah, but what is so complicated about that? What is the complication?
We couldn't cut it down. My expertise. Okay, but these are all the stupid excuses we usually get from our people.
Let me tell you.
Which
your job is your job. When you're reading through that job, whatever they've given you, requirements, what you're supposed to, what they need you should do, what I'm sure you understand they're complex. That should not be the basis for you overcharging.
Yeah.
Because I think there's another 10 guys who may not say the same thing. So that things they always bring up, that you see that job is so complex, like airlines are complex to run, like she's the first one. The one of Ethiopia is not there. It's dead, eh? It's not there.
I've even watched one on there's a documentary I watched on Netflix. It was for businesses that collapsed over time. There was this airline, I think it's Kingfisher in India, one of the big ones. So the man had risen up the ranks from, you know how all of you rich people tell us, I first sold tomatoes, now I'm an engineer. So the CEO of Kingfisher turned over. He made losses, but since he didn't have all this education, he didn't know how to manage the money at the top. So eventually the system crashed. But yeah, it just came from the street. So I read an argument online where they were giving the same excuse for the good lady at Uganda Airlines. That, she has gone through management systems, now she understands the politics of this country and what, and she's a tough lady. But she don't have the qualifications to run the airline.
Thank you. And since when has tough been a qualification for running anything?
And it always comes up on Jennifer see on who people. And what is your measurement of tough? Saying people get angry on cameras and they say all sorts of things and just move.
So what happens when you get tough with an old person? Were things done right when Jennifer was in HSC? What kind of trait is that tough for a leader? Are you going to beat people? Are you going to?
Are you aiming to be Hitler?
Are you aiming to be a scarecrow? I think we need better leadership qualities than tough.
Isn't this the
maybe we are doing that? So in Uganda, when you're tough, people won't steal. Oh dear. Okay.
We have security. Isn't it a thing of the people we are now?
That what?
That merit does not work. It doesn't even apply to normal day circumstances. This is now how we are inbuilt. So this is why a lot of people believe. I don't know. I still think the Mukade down there really struggling for his money still thinks the best alternative for their child is education. But all the corporates want to shun it. To me, the question is on the time and investment. The years you spend in school getting all these qualifications. Then when you get out and you have to start with people not paying you enough to sustain yourself. So you go into some type of, like, let's say depression. And let's say now, like engineers, example of my sister. So you have to wait out the experience. Even lawyers, junior lawyers keep complaining. They're just sending us around when we go to these firms. All they do is sending us around photocopy work. We don't really do anything. The senior counsels are saying you have to wait 35 years of experience for you to enjoy the same.
Some 10 years.
Is it worth it? Isn't it better if I am a man and I'm raising my child and probably by year 2 there's a business direction I've given them? Isn't the end goal money? And do we
the end goal is not, it comes with money. It is a manageable life, and we have to accept that you can manage life better when you have money. Or income.
Money is very important, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, money is very important, but there are things that, like, to be honest, job satisfaction is very important. It is a skill every employer needs to pick. You need to know how to make your workers satisfied with their job, because you will say money, and I will tell you that, how do you motivate a casual worker so that it does not just come to make sure that it clocks in and clocks out, to make sure that I can actually come and say, no, I was supposed to be maybe sweeping the road, but I've realized that the guys who it's more important now to load that truck with stones. So let me get my spade and run and load that truck. Otherwise, the guy will say, my boss told me to sweep here. Even if I'm done, let me wait for him to come and tell me again to do something else. And by that time, you're probably somewhere 200 meters away on a road, sorting out something. By the time you come back, this guy has sat out 1 hour. Time lost. So what skills do you have to develop to make sure that when you have a team, however it's remunerated, it's on time, they know what they're doing. All those things come from job satisfaction. They don't come from salary.
How do you ensure job satisfaction?
See, those are the things that we need to figure out. As for me, what I know is
for you,
for me personally, giving them, making them understand their input in the whole process is the first form of job satisfaction. For you tell him that, human, are you aware that you're the first guy to win 100 shillings? That if we are doing a contract, like putting up this building, this house, that porter has to know that if he doesn't excavate that foundation, we can't earn money. So his work is very valuable. And all that toughness you hear that leaders want to carry along, it is tough. Those are the things that make people fail. You want to just tell off people, be a big bully. When you're a big bully, you'll just get people to stick maximum to the routine you've given them. They will never go be creative. But here I am. I always like this. Whenever I'm on site, I make sure when I go to my site, I don't carry food.
You have to eat.
Yeah.
And be the same
I
person.
tell the lady who's cooking, hey, now I take I call. Tell them, you guys in a meeting today, I'm coming to site. So it means
you're part of the site.
Whatever is being eaten is I'm coming. So you get there, you bang your posho and the beans, you do your thing, so you have a sense of belonging. Now if you're the guy, you come, you leave them there, then you go in a hotel,
you're very
you will be completely detached from them. And these are the leaders and business owners we are building, and we have built with this rubbish of toughness. You need to understand and appreciate the other guy's work.
Everyone in the chain matters. Because
they need to know that I can't slack off, I have to do this to achieve this. I have a friend who has a construction company. He had some issues 2 months ago. And I told him, your issues are down to project management. So I told him, let me come and run for you just a trial run. If you appreciate, you give me work. But as you say, people don't want to pay that kind of work.
Yeah.
I went there and I found a dead WhatsApp group. I'll give it to you and you see it now. I went there and I found like gang leaders. These are gang leaders, guys who lead casual workers. They would be a client, a consultant has come to supervise. This guy is the contractor, his own company is there, but his gang leader they're exchanging words in front of the consultant. They can't agree. A gang leader is too low for you. You can't give your instructions to a gang leader. You give your instructions to the engineer who's managing the site and is the one you're going to monitor. So I got there and people couldn't do plans, basic plans, that I want this many materials for this week. And for him, he always and even now, he argues with his workers. And I'll tell you that's what you saw, that his gang leader, someone in the structure who is supposed to appear below your site in charge, is arguing with you because you want to be tough. You're wasting my money. Hey.
Those are soft skills. How do people read?
Now I got there.
Yeah.
And I told him, look, this thing has parameters. We're going to get our site engineers and talk to them. And tell them, you communicate to us like this. Every end of day, you send me a site report, daily site activities. And an integrity on site, you manage it. Okay? Unless you feel you can't, then you call me. The gang leaders don't call anyone except their engineers. And the engineer, you don't submit a report to me without discussing with your gang leader. Because why? Engineers are knowledge, gang leaders are very practical. We have to marry those two. And even you as young, you have to learn to marry those two. You have to learn that my gang leader is more practical than I am. He is the guy who will tell something like something abstract like this: the painting application rate for a bituminous wall is 8 square meters per kilogram. How do you achieve that practically? Engineers don't know.
Who is the person on site who does that?
The practical painter knows. The gang leader for painters will know. He will tell you, now I dilute with this much water, then I apply, like this much touch, and it will come to that. And that's your gang leader. Okay? So when we did that, in 2-3 weeks, the sites were moving. Now there came the point of, because now people were able to report. Because if you an engineer, then you talk to your gang leader can't even make a report for the end of the day.
He just has things on his...
Yeah, and the report is as simple as how many bags of cement you used, how much concrete you did. It's as simple as that. And that's a report I want to check if you're using the material the right way. Are you putting the right mixes? Maybe you're cheating us. Okay, if you're not putting the right mix, putting less, I'll come to site with my hammer and look and see. But it starts from the paperwork. So I said to him, let's report. And things started what? Evening themselves out. And things were as simple as writing a simple message and saying that if you don't submit, let me say, a report by the end of the month, you don't get your weekly allowance.
Is that managerial experience learned from school, or it's...
No.
Yeah.
It's
you as the person.
It's work.
Yeah. Thank you.
Exposure. We all react differently.
Emotions, people do not know.
But for me, from all the sites I've been to, anger is my last resort. And normally, because sites are run by rules, I don't have to be angry. I follow the template, and then I will tell you, no, I can't work. There are guys who have comfortably told, no, I can't work with you, go. But we will have seen.
Why?
You didn't give me this, I want it this way. And I'll tell you, we can't what? I don't have to be tough.
Interesting. Now, Richard, let's go from the engineering and now talk about you. How are you these days? How's life?
Life
How are you holding out?
Economy
I can only
is very
imagine.
tough.
Life is tough.
Economy has become extremely difficult.
I want you to break that down
gets
for
worse.
me. How has it changed for you? Dad, businessman, now not even employed, so it could be
Extremely tough.
I would imagine.
It's very tough.
So yeah.
But I look back over years and I realize that sometimes these tough situations, you look back and you say, okay, it was a good time.
Yeah.
This one is extremely tough and worrying. Why? I am in a sector where that feels like it's a critical sector, but government hasn't paid service providers in that sector for over a year. So I'm one of the people, or our business is one of them,
That's being affected.
I will tell you, we supplied products that were used by a company that did a road. These are what they call low volume seal roads.
Yeah.
And I will even go ahead and tell you, because when we were trying to find out why isn't payment being made, I supplied these things in November last year. It's well over, it's a good chunk of money. Hasn't been paid. No promise of any future date of payment, as in looks that gloomy.
When it comes to such payments, by the way, you know, one of the best musicians I listen to is Pusha T in rap music. There's on his latest album, he says, yesterday's price is not today's price.
Those are the worst things to go through.
Now, exactly. So how does that now money you've put in November? Because there's inflation.
Man, I can even explain it to you practically. Because these things, me, I don't.
Yeah.
And there are very many times when I read the articles or things written by people, and I'm like, these are very abstract things to say. I will tell you, let's go and look at the exchange rate for Kenya shillings in November last year.
Exactly.
And let's look at it this year. And know that I have to buy those products from Kenya. So just that forex difference alone.
You're operating under a loss, probably.
There's no money left. Let me tell you, if the Kenya shilling increases by 1 shilling, the effect on the price. Your margin can drop from 15 to 12, 10 by just 1 shilling like this. An increment of 1 shilling. Now, you supplied someone some things in November.
It's
now coming to November.
Coming to November
of another year. The price of transport at the time when I supplied those things was...
Fuel has gone up 10 folds almost, 6
the
folds.
The price of transport was 260 divided by 5. A drum was around 52,000. Now it is 60,000. It has increased by 6,000.
6,000. 6 folds.
If you add 18% of that 6,000, which is VAT, I mean, just an increment of 1 shilling will be subject to withholding tax of 6%, then VAT of 18%.
And for you, still getting the money on the invoice?
The guy will not increase. I supplied those things in November, the invoice is in the system. That's the only money he's going to pay.
That's tough.
You see?
It's extreme.
And
are there like contracts? Don't they specify? And there are like terms where terms of payment.
My dear, I will tell you.
Yeah.
I don't think one of the reasons as to why lawyers have work in Uganda is because we are dishonest people. Not because we are honest. If we are honest,
yeah.
If the most sincere agreement I will ever have is a gentleman's agreement, all this black and white you see we sign, just work for the lawyers. When a guy has breached the contract, you're going to sue, you're going to do ABCD, and you will see that it's completely useless.
I can only imagine. And also more money to waste on those.
Yeah.
Because lawyers come with their feet.
Yes, and that fee normally,
the nitty-gritties, even when you're right and everything is in your favor, you're still spending on people to make that decision for you.
Yeah.
So,
I will tell you that when I was applying,
yeah.
Yes, we have the black and white, but the most important part is you to honor. It's not just signing agreements that we have an agreement and safe. You know? I mean, this is, I've told you that we're in a sector. Recently, you saw a letter from Minister of Finance saying, we never received money. Okay? The spend, I went and talked to someone in Kasese Nailand Wood, and they had not been paid the entire last year. But they had 3 projects in UNRWA, they were doing them. They would call UNRWA, please pay us. I said, we're going to pay you. I talked to him in March this year, they had not paid them.
Are they extending, or at least
they stopped work? But now, that is breach of contract, you stopped working. These are the things I wanted to point out, that many of us always will blame the contractor because that guy stopped working, why did he stop? UNRWA hasn't paid him.
And the issue of capital is too big that
you will see so many. Can you imagine? You have to pity local contractors.
Yeah.
You have to pity local contractors, and we have to really look at this thing, because we are the ones who are going, and we have fooled ourselves into thinking that foreigners are going to train us. That's the biggest joke.
Clearly, we have just been talking about China and how they have
constructed. Even if you go into those ways, they don't want training anymore. They just want the jobs in Africa. Unless we are going to really get this China and tell him you're going to be here for only 3 years, and those 3 years we don't want to see an MD here who's Chinese. Go. We want a Ugandan. Okay? Otherwise, we are just fooling ourselves. That you see, we brought in all these foreigners, they are going to transfer knowledge. Actually, what these foreigners do when they come, they rely on you to give them knowledge. What we may not know is what do they need to know, and whether
And we trade that in this case.
No, when we get, we will know that most design jobs. Me, I was with callers, and I'll tell you this. My immediate boss, there's a tender, there's a bid we did. That bid was for somewhere at Tolenga Airport.
Yeah.
All I did, and I'm a senior person, I was sent out in the field that you go and collect the prices for this. Then you give it to us. The entire costing process was done from the UK. Because they want to keep their secret.
Exactly my issue.
You see?
Someone has explained it to you. Yeah.
You see? I was with the white guy. We all think they train. No.
That I have my personal experience with that. That's
No.
it. That's true.
They don't.
Like you said, most of the times they just want and they learn from us so fast. By the way.
Yes. That guy wants that geographical knowledge of your place to come to him the cheapest way possible. You're the guy. He's never going to bring down something he knows to you. You will always show him what you know and you'll stop there. Okay? So those foreigners are not going to train us. So now, if
By the way, speaking of different varieties of experiences.
if you look at that person
Yeah.
who has not been paid in a year, remember that man has a bank facility.
Which is growing.
It's running at 1.5% per month. Then you do 6 months without paying him. So that man has lost 9%.
9%.
But what is that man's margin?
You've taken the whole margin.
So what happens that now the local contractor will factor that in. The Chinese contractor will be at less than the other guy. Even if you take 3 months without paying him, which they don't normally do. It's normal, local contractors do take ages to be paid.
Yeah.
You're going to leave them done and dusted, dead.
On top of not giving them the contracts, you're already killing them.
You're already killing them even on the contracts they have. You don't even care to own and pay in 30 days so that the man can manage his finances properly. Then you start blaming us for mismanaging finances when you also I know we also have some indiscipline in finances. But it goes without saying.
On the larger scale, it's because there's a cause.
No, I will tell you. I will be honest with you. These things are there. If I've, for example, if I've done
Is that
work,
glass bad?
the what?
The glass.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
For example, if I've done work with you now, and then they pay me, but because I'm a Ugandan company that doesn't have a board, the finance is my wife or my brother. What stops me from going to buy a car of 250 million when I've been paid 500 million, knowing very well that that can't even be my margin profit, my percentage profit? It can't be 50%, but I'll go and get paid 500 million, then I'll go and buy a car of 250 million. That is proper fiscal discipline for any construction company owner. The nice to have is too much, and they've had it. Some of these who are our bosses have full scraps of land. Not one. The guys, and they're not drawing with plot, they're just listing plot numbers and chadon or plot this chadon, and the man has 3 full scraps.
3 full scraps.
He has. So when you look at him having financial cash flows in his construction, you cannot deny, this is the problem.
Sure.
He's enriching himself. We have those challenges. It's a whole package. we also have challenges of our clients taking long to pay us.
Yeah.
We have challenges of financial, of cost of capital. It's too high. We have challenges of labor.
A lot of these microcredit finances have come up to say they want to support us, so many of these projects.
Yeah.
How is it like working with them?
Yeah, they tried. Until now, they don't want. Some of them don't want because of those things. I mean,
exactly, the payment is, even if it were me anyway.
I mean, a guy comes to you and tells you, I have this contract. You even monitor the guy. You know the guy has shown discipline. Then you wake up in the morning and the guy doesn't get paid. It's not his fault. The work is done. Let me tell you, in our circles, there was a rumor that I don't want to bring this one. I hope people don't pick up on it, but they let Karuhanga. They was the chairman of UNABSEC, Uganda National Building Contractors and Engineering, Civil Engineering whatever operation. People said he died of high blood pressure. It's a COVID, but there was a lot of tension at that time. The man had not been paid. The man had done a lot of work. Payments delay. Tell you now it's lockdown. I think pressure stepped up. 48 years. He died. Francis Karuhanga.
What's the solution to payments? Aren't there like checks before you want to trade with some people, with some clients?
Look,
and you'd be like, you know what? There's some terms.
Let me tell you, the most indisciplined guy on payment is government.
And government, you need government jobs. And
government gives you contracts that favor their terms. No one walks into a contract government and negotiates.
It's because it's either you take it or leave it.
Terms, I tell you, you're going to pay you in 30 days, then they don't pay you. What are you supposed to do? So those microfinances were willing to support because they actually want to. Yeah. They know that this is a sector that can actually bring back our money.
I mean, everyone has to construct.
You know, these guys will lend them money, they'll bring it, they know. But even then, now they say, but these contracts for government, those guys delay. Maybe now you add this. There's an extra precaution which will no problem make. So, that issue of payment, we are as fiscal, as our government is as indisciplined as we are probably now they are. And maybe that's why it's trickling down to us as well. You know, because you cannot tell me that someone did work for you a year and you haven't paid him
for a year. That's insane.
What are you doing to all these startups, Mark? Why do we have? I'll give you an example. You have a startup here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait when URA comes here. Wait when they will ever figure out where you sit. They will come and look at these cameras and value them and tell you now, because of these cameras, your business, we want you to pay as you earn for all your workers. Because we think these cameras cost more than this.
We are working around that.
I will give an example. For us, whenever you supply to government or do work for government, they withhold 6%. Now, 6%, they say that tax is not an expense to you. You can claim it. You can only claim it at the end of the financial year. So, it means that for everything I'm going to transact, your is going to remove 6% and keep it for me for 1 whole year. So, if you're dealing in a recurrent business like mine,
yes,
that I can do cycles of payment in government that are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and everyone they're charging 6%, URA will hold my capital for a whole year. And even when I'm going to be given, I can't claim it in terms of cash.
Yes.
I can only first register a profit, then I can offset it as a tax. See the first thing you see? You first have to get a profit.
Yeah.
Then you're going to be required to pay tax on that profit. So that tax is what withholding tax will be of. They will offset of withholding tax. Until you work in a company for 5 years and never make a profit. So URA will sit with your billions, your money. Because and you're supposed to make them after 3 years. So for the first year, callers made a loss. They couldn't claim them. It went. Second year, same story. So callers got to claim their withholding tax when it was 1 billion. Can you manage that as a startup?
No. That's a lot of. You can't.
Even if it was 100 million.
Even if it was 100, even if 50.
So
50 million is a lot for a startup.
And that tax, you're told, is not an expense to you.
Startup growing.
But let me tell you, it is going to strain your cash flows properly. Because you're dealing with a sample space of 15 million, for example.
Yes.
Every time 15 million, they remove 6%. 6%. Even if it is there on book, you will wake up in the morning and you'll not be able to import something because that 6% is in your area. That's a startup for you. A startup relies on liquidity. Like any other business, we need the most. Then we go ahead and start paying that kind of money. I know they have their justifications for that tax. They claim apparently in case you don't pay, they take it. But you understand that thing into their income. And even when you comply, you will never get it properly.
So that's entirely a system fault.
There
is no solution. What is
favoring?
The person, the business person. What would be your solution? What do you think is ideal? Okay. How do we become part of that table?
From meritocracy?
Yeah, first of all, meritocracy is
whereby you will have a reasonable tax agent who understands how to assess your tax. It's really a mess that even if we started working, can't change in 10 years. Unless something radical happens. But for us to tell you that stop charging withholding tax, they won't. Even when they will know that it is crippling. Because people who have businesses in your area and they don't allow, they will exempt themselves. They'll find a way. Why? Because they know. The impact. They will tell you it's not charged, it's not your expense, but if you don't build it up, can you imagine you don't build up 6% into your cost? We don't work with big margins. So if I have a margin of 15%, so your right takes 6%, keeps, then picks another 18%, then may I take only 9%? What's the purpose of the business?
What's the purpose of the work?
What's the purpose of the work?
So for me to be in position to have a startup in your type of field, I definitely cannot be committing to it 100%.
You guys are getting this very wrong.
Yeah.
Don't look at your startup now. It's not going to be a startup forever if you push. And if you're going to do any kind of formal business, any kind of business that makes sense, you have to formalize and be on these things. I'll tell you, I get emails from the URA guy, but I know that I have to find a way of working within this space. If I'm going to grow into something substantial, you can't grow informally. Even a farmer can't. So, I start now, I want to be on the system, grow into it. But the system is really has a lot of bumps, from a delayed payments to funny taxes and now you will not believe it. Do you know that those invoices I invoiced for the products that they haven't paid me have VAT on them? And you know that every month I don't pay that VAT, they penalize me by 2%.
Yes.
My VAT was supposed to be 11 million. It has a penalty of about 16 million.
And isn't there a way of telling you
only person who can exempt you from those taxes is Minister of Finance, and you can be known is the Minister of Finance actually.
The minister himself.
Only. And you will have gone through all sorts of things. Might even take a year. And during that time, what are you doing?
This is where the motivation
I can easily connect the dots and tell you these products went here, the volumes are there, the people who used them are there.
Whoever used it probably knows.
Yes. The products, everyone will confess that yes, we took those products, we used them, but no payment. And the tax man is telling me, for me, once you invoice, I start counting my VAT.
So here the tax man should also be very understanding of how the system works.
But they want tough people. That's what they'd say. The tough.
And unapplicable.
Tough. What kind of stuff is that?
Hey, you just reminded, that's such a stupid attribute for any leader.
You're supposed to attract people to come to you. And
as
then you're tough.
coming as, yes.
And then you're tough.
I agree.
There was I think it was, do you follow the mob?
Yeah.
Do you know upstairs about the US mob?
Yes.
I think it was Frank Castellano who was caught by police, taken to court, and said, I don't know who he told you, I think he told the police officers or the judge, he told them, I want to tell you something, that if you didn't have the guns, no one would give you their money. In taxes, the guy said, you guys are here, you're arresting me for things like racketeering, because I would add a commission. When they were building New York, the mob would have a commission on, I think, cement or concrete, something like that.
Other products.
So that were the racketeering things. If someone decides and says, if you have a shop in Little Italy, you have to give a guy money. Otherwise, the guy you have to buy security.
Yes.
Otherwise, tomorrow morning some guy is going to rob you. So Frank Castellano told those guys that we do the same thing like you. It's just that you have a uniform and a gun. No one would bring you their money. Because who are you to come and tell me that, now let me take your money and I build for your hospital like this? So you're the one who understands you just have a gun. So it is very difficult for you to...
Do you genuinely believe taxes are helping? As a Ugandan, first
taxes
of all,
are not helping us. Taxes are not helping us.
Yeah.
Taxes are not taxes. Let me tell you.
Because we are taking a lot of loans to do the things that are happening.
Dear God.
What not?
Let me tell you. If taxes were helping us, we would not be paying through the nose for education. We would not be having discussions about our education. Those are basics. Those are cheap things. And they build the nation. We would not be having the kind of discussion, we would not be having generals dying in foreign hospitals.
That's right.
If taxes are okay. But how do taxes work in this country? They are used to take people to be treated from abroad. They are used to pay people 58 million. They are used to pay loss-making companies 87 million for their workers. Our taxes are used. That's what they are being used for. I don't want to, but
yeah.
They
Miss
Malanya to be treated for so much money. It was taxpayers' money. I don't think it was picked out of anyone's
that was
coffers.
taxpayers' money. We even got to the figures then.
Yes, but that will never bring us drugs to the taxpayer.
No experience.
It even gets worse. No, I don't want to attach value to people's lives. But what value are we really getting from some people? Are some people more valuable than others? Because I don't get it. Someone falls sick, is taken to the US. Someone is sick in Chirudu, a taxpayer doesn't get drugs. So this guy is not productive.
He didn't fight for our peace. Probably not.
That's the most productive thing we have.
Yeah. For now, I think.
Because
the transition.
I'm going to tell you. No, our taxes have not been used well at all.
And when it comes to someone like you who is really feeling the pinch from that angle of a startup, there's URA in your neck, and then you still cannot afford. Okay, of course you can afford the education, but you're not affording the one you'd want.
And let me tell you something. That's the education I want. Because I realized I couldn't afford the other one, I decided to tell myself that, you know what? I have to make this one work somehow. We're talking about that issue of education. I beg to differ. We need to be involved as parents. I'm not that well involved in my kids' education, but for me, I told you, I'm a critical path guy.
Yeah. You know,
I go to class. I don't miss a class day. I make sure you go for all your activities. I may not come for a concert, but who tells you if I don't come, you don't perform? I want an identity of your own. If you want to go for your concert and daddy can't come, you should not stop you from performing. Okay? I will not miss VD. I make sure you go for your class trips, so that you enjoy school. I'm not taking you to the worst schools. I actually go there and get concerned. How is it? Of course, don't tell me about beating. They can beat you as much as they want. I think they know why they beat you. They're not stupid, by the way.
Do you feel like it's a proper way of raising a child?
I beat. Let me tell you. I believe in my teacher's opinion about my child. Because that's an old person. And I actually believe my child will lie to me, not the teacher. So I really listen to the teacher's opinion.
In terms of, now for me,
I even believe that the teacher, having a grounding in education, might even have better punishments for my kid than I do.
I don't believe that at all.
Yes, I believe that because what we feel for our kids is love. That's what they call love. It's the most blind emotion you'll ever have. It's so blind that most parents think their kids are spoiled by others. Like for me, if I find my daughter spoiled, you want to blame some other kid who she hangs out with. And if that kid is spoiled, their kid is going to what? Their parent will think it's my what?
It's your daughter.
The only person who can tell us is the teacher.
But teachers sometimes don't know how. Like any other human being, they fail to manage emotions.
It's
not about fault them on
it's
that.
Not the teachers. Yes, you can fault them on that.
Yeah.
An independent eye. I don't do it with one teacher. Every class those kids go to,
you notice patterns.
But the patterns teachers tell me are the same thing. My daughter in P7, they have been the same thing since she was in P3. She jumps the gun, she's careless. Same things. They've never changed. Why would I doubt?
So for you believe in the really traditional way of raising the child, that because of, first of all, it has produced results. But now we're looking at an era of YouTube, where people have access to all this information, the learning, and I could channel my mind in a direction where can I
tell you something?
Yeah.
My daughter, the one who's 8 years.
Let me pull this mic closer.
My daughter, who was 8 years now, got her first tab when she was like 4 years.
I think I bought the tab.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a long time ago.
Yes.
My daughter in P7 has a phone. It's just spoiled.
Yes.
Solidarity. I even told her, Judy, I'm very sorry. I have no money. I can't buy your phone. But for me, I believe you should own one.
It's spoiled. Spoiled can't be made.
Actually,
We should get it and I'll make it.
We're going to bring it and we see. You will help me. Actually, I'm going to talk to you.
Yeah.
She's actually going, but I even noted that this color
find it.
is the last one for P7. She'll find it in her VAC.
Yeah.
Because I believe a phone is a very, very powerful and useful tool for anyone going forward. But I believe characters have an old grounding in life. Character is grounded in old principles, not modern technology. The greeting is not picked from YouTube. The courtesy to greet, it's not picked from a YouTube video. It's picked from your ZE. The humility in life to understand that the only difference between me and that guy is I have an advantage in terms of books, but we are all human beings. Our basics are the same. We deserve the same rights. That doesn't come from modern day technology. That comes from us. And certain groundings. Like I keep telling my daughter, go and enjoy school. You know how to enjoy school, you. I can tell you, make friends. See if school is going to be boring. How do you make friends? As a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, you believe in a good time. But if you had a friend you want to read with, that would still be a friend. You have a guy, I had Chimumo Joshua in Namiliango.
Yeah.
We used to wake up each other. You know? You get to the guy, are you going to band? The guy is like, hey, I'm extending you, like, come for me at 1.
Yeah.
The guy is like, I'll see. If I can't make it, I'll tap someone. And that's what was a friend to me.
Just
so even when he get tired,
recording.
before my time for waking up, he would leave a message with someone. Say, hey, wake up, Sandy. So now I had a friend who I chill with. Then I had a friend who had my back. Now I had a friend who would wake me up, I go and read. Then you have good grades. Then you enjoy school. It's difficult to read alone. Have friends for discussions with. Just the things. But don't say, it's difficult for me to read alone. No plan B. I don't like this school. I tell my kids, make friends. Even with the teachers. Those that say genuinely friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't fear. Don't carry a burden of a number you can't answer when you have a teacher. Then it is a headache to you, you worry, then you sit in a paper and you're there. Go and talk to your teacher. It's not going to kill you. You know?
Yeah.
So I tell you that for me, you will say I look at those old parents, but I'll tell you, and I know that a phone will have porn, by the way. It has no limitations.
Just like
had
drugs,
limitations.
yes.
But now the one with the phone, I tell her, Judy, don't die with the number when you have WhatsApp. Send to your teacher. You think I've done it before with her? You know, we have a number, it's holiday time. I think it was finite numbers. Those things, bases and finite numbers. And we took a picture and sent it to the teacher and said, hey, this is what we have done. We called the guy. Hey, are you free? Yes. She's already on talking to him. I said, hey, I've done my number. Me and daddy want to. We sent. And the guy corrected it. And that's the use of WhatsApp to my daughter. And that phone.
And that's a good direction to have.
You know,
even if you have to watch porn, when you have that in your mind, you know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I always have Netflix. I have always tried to pay for TV when they are there. Entertainment is there. I've never woken up in the morning and said, don't watch TV. No. That instruction, I would rather not to pay multi-choice. Not for me to pay, then you don't watch. Have everything you're going to have in your life. Know what to do when. In all that mess. That's why I'll be cultured enough to take you to school and give teacher authority to punish you. You cannot give someone a job and not give him authority. There are two things.
You can't.
Responsibility and authority.
Yeah.
There are two things. So you cannot give a teacher your child to educate. Me, that's my belief. Very many parents are going to disagree. I'm sure 90% are going to disagree with me, and I don't care.
Definitely.
That's what I'm going to do. So if in 10 years Judy is not right, that was my choice. And I don't think she won't be right. Okay? So, I believe in my teacher's opinion. I believe in punishing my kids. I will tell you something. One of the punishments I can never allow.
Yes.
I can never allow you to punish my kid by taking them to dig.
What you used to do at college?
Because I want them to come and dig when I get a farm. So you will bias my kids towards doing nice stuff. My kids will grow up thinking, oh, it's a punishment to dig. Well, it's where food comes from.
That's fair enough.
Why do you think we didn't like agriculture?
But yeah. That
Felt like a
informs a lot of,
punishment.
yes. It was always a punishment. Only people.
Thank you. The only guy who goes to the farm is the guy who's going to
rebel
slash.
something. Yeah. Slash, dig, a hill, ant-hill.
And yet now, even when you see all of us gunning towards farming, we think we are going to do farming by hiring workers. Then you call, then you plant. Boss, we are going to plant our acres with our hands for some seasons.
Yes.
You're going to go and say, instead of hiring a worker, let me plant this acre with my kids. So if your kids are coming from a background that thinks it's a punishment,
You're in for it.
I don't want that. There are better ways.
In terms of career guidance, is it all up to them now? Or you had stated earlier, you had said you'd tell them to learn a language, make sure they go into finances, but also this is what you've picked up from your experience, what you think is very necessary, probably.
No, the basics. The baseline for them.
After there, you take on what your passion is.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to tell my kids this makes money and they get there and struggle. Let them drive their passions. If I'm fortunate that their passions are in structured and good things,
This thing of passion,
let them go there.
does it work? Do you feel do you feel like you could be doing something else besides now chasing up on engineering, because now you studied it, you went through it, and do you think you would have picked up passion
was
from
my first choice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it also came into the choices.
For me, that was my first option. And given what I
Have you ever
confronted
lost
with,
passion?
No. And that is because the
You
engineering...
don't want to take any
That
risks
is because
elsewhere.
the engineering morphs when I'm private. Now I'm talking about accounts. Why do you think I want my kids to learn? Because now I'm trying to learn accounts as well, finance, trying to understand, not in detail.
Yeah.
But
to have the idea, to get by.
Yes.
Get by a bank without being cheated.
Yes.
Know the URA guys, what they're
Yes.
taking from you. Yeah.
And even an HR manual. Is important to understand. I've seen guys make mistakes on termination of employees. That thing is very, very delicate. I've seen companies, let me tell you, up until that point, I've seen companies who actually feel like they should not give employees small appointments. But that casual worker one day will go to Ministry of Labor and Gender, and you will see. You don't know what comes from there.
I've had one. A casual worker has come here.
He will go and break a finger, and he will go to Ministry of Labor, and they'll say, "Where's this guy's appointment?" Oh, you will not believe it. All those. Now the engineering is becoming less. So there's something new I'm learning. So the passion is there. You keep learning, you keep learning like that. It's very important to understand what a passion is.
Yeah.
Many of us don't know it. We even go an extra mile to think that a passion cannot be academic.
Exactly. People think passions are arts and
so when your child is
they're creative,
like no, now it's when he has to play football, you think it's creative. Your child can actually be passionate about academics. It's a good thing. I mean, I saw Professor Kabumba. He was writing books by the time we were in senior 4. Read his small novel there. He was a guy, despite the four full years of academic pumping, you have physics, you have chemistry, you have biology. He never missed a chance to read a novel. He's passionate about reading. And now every time when he posts on Facebook, he's reading. That's it.
He has just followed through it.
So then you start throwing your kid to swimming, to what, all in the name of a passion. Because you don't think they can be passionate about mathematics. So.
How applicable is it though?
A passion?
No. In terms of curriculums, would you minus money and it being a very important factor, would you consider the UNEB curriculum, or you think Cambridge and the other one?
Of course, their guys are better.
Are they better?
Well, because and that's something we need to interrogate, because they could be better for their system. As we've seen, systems work elsewhere. You said something worked in Nigeria and it couldn't work.
Yes.
How different is Nigeria from here?
Yes.
We would think they're the same. You would think it would work in Europe and fail in Africa, but so it could be. Before we talked, you had told me you talked with some international school kids.
Yeah.
I will tell you that I've talked to people who would say they have done interviews with them and they say how brilliant they are, how they can make presentations. You know, they can. Someone Postbank told me they are trying to recruit people. They gave our guys from our universities nothing. Then they get international school. They're getting guys who are able to do a business plan, who are able to do what. And I looked and I said, one of your biggest problems may be that you don't know how to make a business plan yourself. You know?
And that's not a curriculum problem. Yeah.
So you may look at this kid and think it's awesome because he has some...
Yes, come with some confidence of presenting it. Well, my argument was not them being better.
I will tell you that I don't think any of them can make a business plan anyway, despite the fact that they tell them they have the table. And now, that's what I wanted to tell you some time back, that when I had an issue when I was home, the issue of how to spend time with your kids.
Yeah, that was going to be by our next question.
Within the lockdown, I had an opportunity to move and a pickup. I exploited that thing, Mark. I moved around and made sure I could make some money. I could do a couple of things. There's even a time when callers had written an email trying to cut people's salaries. I sent them my sales. I had sold things worth about a good chunk of sales. They even said, no, Uganda, you leave them. We are in strict lockdown, but me, I would move. So, because I would move, my daughters were home. That issue of spend time with the kids. You're the one who can drive to birthday parties. Mark, I used to go for birthday parties. You try to go as well as one, and you don't see your kids until 6. What have you done? You're in time to play with other parents drinking and jazzing and laughing. That's all your kids are seeing. But you've brought your kids and you're saying, oh, yeah, I spend time with my kids. No. You brought your kids to play with their friends. You didn't spend time
with them. What does spending time with your children mean?
So, as the heat grew on Saturday, I said, no, I want to move with you. I picked a Sato. I told them, tomorrow we are going together. Early morning, I'm playing the whole day with you. We got up early, we jumped in the pickup, we went to the drainage channels I was supervising in Kampala. And, I wanted them to see there.
And know what happens.
I had not realized what I had done. So many words, conversion came from that day. It rained. That place can be a mess.
Yeah.
The drainages were full. Mark, I'll show them to you when we finish. Suwe, there's those things now, like in Zambia. Yes. Near St. Denis Church, Kayanja's Church, you keep pieces of drainage there.
I think they built into it.
Those are the ones I was looking at. the thing got full. Buveras of sewage popped up. You would see plain feces. We were there in the pickup. And I was telling them, do you see?
This is the reality
This
of
is
life.
You see? So it stops raining and then kids come out to play.
When it's still a mess and they can't imagine.
I'm watching and I was telling them, you guys in your place, wherever you are there in Chira, very clean. What? These are kids like you. There they find their fun. You know that you're in a bit of a better position somewhere in life already. And you need to value it, appreciate it.
Gratitude is a must.
We did our work. Then the guy who was supervising the work for called me and paid me. Like at 2. Best moment in, do you know what? Cafe Javas. The guy paid from Cafe Javas. When the guy paid me, I told my daughters, now you've seen. There's money here. Let's eat lunch. We have finished work. We have worked. We've been paid.
That's it.
Okay? So I want that humility. They have to know that the money is not that clean.
Yeah.
And the money came from a dirty place. It was building a drainage for a community. Community is using that drainage. This is how people live. Be humble. Then when you get paid, go and eat food. I hope they will know how they will feed themselves when they grow up. From that lesson. For me, I want to share more of those moments.
If you had the capacity to give your children everything, by the way, from P1 to whenever let's say they go out from you or get married, the capacity to do that, would you do that? Or you believe that as a human being, you must face such challenges, even if you're privileged enough? Like, if I'm privileged enough, right now, a lot of people who do these things we do, like podcasts and content creation, because again, with how much time you have to inject in them to like you said, like set up, you have to give them. No one has that weight, yeah. If you're not trading conversations and asking people for money, trading, so it's hard for people to like wait out through. First of all, this is now like long conversation, going to 2 hours. So to sit through these things comes with some sort of privilege that, there's some other work I'm going to do that will replace this time. And that's that. But if you had the privilege and the capacity to give everything to your children, would you still choose to let them have experiences for themselves?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Why? Well, what would be the necessity? Even if you put up blocks and you're saying, even if you're married, block one is yours.
I like people to build their character so much. I think it's what.
Why do we work hard if we can't afford the stuff for our children?
That's supposed to be afforded for yourself. And that's why I told you I can't take my kids to national school. I can scratch around for that money, but I have to enjoy myself. Okay? I won't kill myself because of your education. That's what I'm telling you. I want you to build your own character in the space that has been provided to you.
To deal with your own odds.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
For example, I would love, with all intents and purposes, for my daughter to have a car at uni. But I don't want her to come back to me all the time for fuel. The maintenance, we can talk, it's quite pricey, you need to have a job. But what if we did fuel and it's part of your pocket money? And you have to budget for it. And you have to plan how you'll use that car. You know? I don't want to give you a car, then make sure even when you want to go and visit your friends in Guru, I give you fuel so that you go and do. I can give you a car to facilitate new education. That's why I want it to be easy for things from school. Make that part of your life easier. It's not for you to brag and go to Silk and drink and drive to Ginger and what. Even with the phone I want to give you, I know you probably won't afford airtime, but I want to give you data to talk to your friends, talk to your teacher. You know, It shouldn't be every day, at night, at when. Okay? I don't know what my limits can be as a parent. I told you, the relationship between our kids and us is love. And love is very, very blind. I'm going to be honest with you.
What is your experience with love, Richard?
It's very blind. You cannot see very many things. I will give you an example.
Yes.
One time, my daughter backed at the maid and even told her, after all, it's my dad who pays you. I kicked her. You had not seen me. I was behind. I kicked her. Like, where? Just a random kick. You're like, what's that rubbish? You don't
tell people. Yeah, definitely.
Am I making my point?
Yes.
Okay. So what are we talking about? Okay, lost a bit.
How I'd asked how you've experienced love.
Yeah,
and you're telling me
but
how
now,
I was blind. Yeah.
Now, their parents don't see those things. That's something you can easily not see as a bad trait in your kid. That my kid actually can be spiteful of other people. It will skip your mind because you love your kid. I should probably have you talk like that to maids as well.
Usually that's where it stems from.
I can never talk to my maid like that. My house. Do you know why? They touch my food before I touch it. That's the most, in the whole equation of life, we always think our spouse is the most important person. If they don't make your food, if they don't buy your meals, make you.
Totally agree.
That person is very dangerous in your equation. So, love is blind is me seeing my daughter not handing in her work for 3 weeks and I don't beat her. And then I choose to blame the teacher. Because the teacher did not get that problem in time. See, teacher, my daughter doesn't do her work, you don't care. That's love. It's not logical. You don't want the teacher to beat your kid. How is your kid going to do work? Even you yourself sometimes find the problems.
It comes back to where we're talking about authority and how people implement.
That love you see of, now me, Richard, if God blesses me, I make so much money because of too much love. I start treating my kids the way I'm supposed to be treated. Because, and mark this I think was mentioned by either brother Bukenya of SMAC, formerly of SMAC, or Mr. Muguluma, formerly. I went for one of
that was my HM.
PTA meetings,
yes,
where they actually told us, you guys are not sending us kids, you're sending us yourselves. And they described it. Because for you,
that coming from PTA is deep.
And let me explain something.
That's deep.
Because for you eat food of 30,000 shillings every day, you give your kid pocket money of 30,000 shillings every day to eat
for food.
Now you're creating a problem. Because when that kid grows up and you're not there, they'll not be able to afford that food of 30,000. You should also remember how you said affording it. Because we were there at campus, chewing half chips and half pilau as our best meal. It was 1.5 in one day, girl.
Chukumi.
Let's leave chukumi that side of stone.
Yeah.
There was a car thingy. That car building was even burnt. Guys were fighting for it.
Yeah, that's half.
That car building had a restaurant that had half chips, half pilau.
Has always been best meal there.
You see, and we were there, and those were now very good meals. But ordinarily, you do your usav. Then we get into jobs, say what in industrial area, say chewing food of 2K, 3K. Then say chewing food of 30K buffets. Now you even take your friends and you buy for 4. So you start imagining your kid is supposed to buy for their friends. That is you. You're the one who makes the money. Because of so much love, you want your kids to enjoy the same way you're enjoying. You're doing an overkill. You're going to mess up. Your kids don't drive a Range Rover to be happy. Your kids don't chew your food of 30K to be happy. You're just showy. So you go ahead and then you compute things for a child who's 16, who's being given 12 meals a day in school. Because that child has told you, they chew posho and rice. Posho, and for you don't chew posho. If you don't chew posho, those schools are not so stupid to give it to the kids. They have done this for a long time.
It has produced results.
They have done this for long. No one has died. If anything, that portion, Mark, how would you have survived if you are not chewing portion? We're chewing Irish. Chew a sack of Irish. After that track game, you can chew a sack of Irish. Even me, I wasn't a very big eater, but those portions were big.
Yeah.
They had to be supplemented with portion.
And for us, it was not even that bad. Social rice.
It's even better now.
What?
It's even better now. Go and see what they're eating in Namugongo. Uganda matters. Then for you, go ahead and send your kid with 700,000 shillings for a month. You know?
Such a heavy
Is it going
spend,
to
even
pay
for
rent?
someone. You know, now that you mention of it like that,
Why are you paying? Why are you giving kids pocket money equivalent to a bank teller's salary? Someone's going to take care. So by the time your kid finishes school, they can't even be a bank teller to learn how life moves.
now that is a point actually.
Eh?
Because I wouldn't be a bank. Like, I would really undermine it so much.
How?
This money I was given
How?
to, and you want me to work
How?
for a month?
Tell me. And yet people start from there and go into bank managers.
Yes.
So we need to separate ourselves from our kids.
That is
and
something
how we manage them.
that
is because you love your kids.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. I've told you love is blind. It cannot even tell the difference between you and your kids. You can't even realize that your kids eat 5 meals a day. You're just so in love with them that you want them to eat chips. You want them to eat like you when they're out. Why? You want them to have disposable like you.
And they meet, they're not working. They don't know that.
They don't have that disposable. You're going to send that boy to go and start buying pork for his friends in school. Because otherwise, how is he going to blow that man at the canteen?
We're going to be escaping. Doing
So
the
we are looking at our kids, being friends with them, as you said, treating them like adults. You want them to have an opinion, yet they have no experience.
Have you?
Comes the experience. You want them to have the money you have. They have not worked for it. They don't even know how to use it. Everything.
Have you dealt with friends who have drug and alcohol problems? Do you know
I've also had a drug problem.
Now, these drug problems, first of all, now for you, very unlucky, single mom, absence of the father. You know, I have extensively been reading about drugs. And
it never even came when I was my mom. It came when I had left.
That's the thing. It's not going to come when you're the mom, because now the push is there. I'm saying the unrelation, by the time it becomes an addiction, is because you're not so used to opening up to people. So you get, people use marijuana, will get stuck to that of, you know what, I would rather prefer getting constant memory losses to open up to other people. So let me get the flash heights. That's one. Now a child, I was taken to boarding school in P1, by the way. I left St. Francis. My dad had to go to Japan to work most of the time. From P1 to A6 as boarding, yeah? So to me, parents were people who come on VD and people who go back. Like normal setting. But when you look at that and some of my other friends, to me, first of all, I had understood that, my dad is not, first of all, like a guy who has a master's that is going to get a job that's big. He's going out there to do cheyo, sleeping out in the wind. So it's a bit tough. There's little you can do. But I knew kids because of that evidence. Yeah.
Like my mother always told me, Gwe, your dad is not around. Okay?
Yeah.
The most I can give you is what?
Education.
Okay? Now, mommy with her cars.
Yeah.
She had a couple of. We had one car at a time. She would go back and tell you you're going to drive your own car. Nothing like my car. Okay? So, what you're talking about, you can continue, but I can relate.
Yeah, I'm saying now, the relation and the distance.
Secretary, I need to... But not every kid can pick those things, let me tell you.
Now, see, you're not friends. In terms of friends, that's why of course,
my mother was never.
Yes, I wanted to pick from your experience, and you've told me something very important, that you cannot be a friend to your child, which will pick up.
Don't try.
But the people I've seen that have gotten into these issues, because of that, first of all, the parents have done everything, like you've said, they were giving them pocket money that's extensive, so it gives you also high chances of exposure to try out everything you
even may think that
because that's how they feel,
because they could afford it.
They felt like they could.
Can you imagine? My mother used to give me pocket money that was 6,000 a time. She would put about 12k at the bazaar.
Yeah, for me at least.
That was a long time
four.
ago, I know. That was 95, what, but still, entrance to Silk was 3K. So even if you wanted, what, you have to grab a taxi, you have to enter Silk,
You have to drink something.
even if you don't drink, you have to come back. Now you have 6K for a month. Do you know an incident happened to me in my senior two? And it's very unfortunate, and this is in Namliango's history.
Yeah.
That time they expelled 13 senior threes with my mere pocket money. You know, when you're in high school and for you like a geek, like a book guy who studies, then you have these guys who he plays basketball, he wears nice clothes, he's cool, guy, he's the exposed. Because probably they have a TV, you know,
they have siblings out of the country, they're big stuff.
Even the guy can even have a film. 95.
Yeah.
So there was a guy like that in senior 3, and he had been my friend. You know, when we came in senior 1, instead of teasing us, he would come, hey, give me sugar, what? He became my friend, but he would tease, and of course, being a class older, you wouldn't. So the guy came to me. It was the first or second week in Namidiango. You know, the first week guys would be dropped at home, then some would go back.
Yeah.
They would tell you, come and let me give you my mattress. So I never go back. So for him, he escaped because it was, I think, a Tuesday. They went to Silk. Tuesday? Saturday? I don't remember. But these guys had their plot. Cool guys in the school had their plot. We're going to go to Silo, what? The guy came to me and borrowed my pocket money. The guy came to me and told me, man, I'm going to Silo, help me, what? I picked that whole 6K and gave it to him. Then they caught him. They caught that crew and they fired all the 13. He went with my 6K. Aye. A month and a half of pain. Proper pain. You couldn't even go and buy a bun at the canteen.
You just take the buji as it is.
You just do the bujinga. It's very hot. Nothing to even cool it. You have to wait for all the meals. You cannot even buy an avocado.
And it's so hard, by the way. If you can't buy an avocado at lunchtime, it's like the delicacy you're looking out for. So if you're not imposed, it's emotionally stressing. Yeah. It's just emotionally stressing.
Somehow even me, that money would not give me leeway. And it's the money.
But that makes sense. Yeah. To get any distractions, you just need some exposure of money because it simplifies. If you need to pay an escalator to escape, that's kawa. Like they have a budget.
Now Felix borrowed from me, telling me when mom will give you the money, he knows they're going to give you money.
Probably I'll even give you plus. So now how do you pick on things like drug issues? Now, of course, now for your daughters are still too young.
Of course.
Yeah.
Drug issues.
Drug, alcohol.
One of the things I want to do.
Because again, if you...
One of the relationships I want to build with my daughters is one that is referenced on my life.
Yeah.
I want to be honest and tell them, I boozed. When I was like, after campus, I started working, I drank so much booze. So that tomorrow when I tell you that booze is bad, you will listen. I don't want to come to you and start punching you that you're drinking. Make it look like
you're saying.
I know that there is a dangerous thing about it, but I cannot stop you from doing it when you leave my house. So I will try to tell you, I did this stuff, but I think maybe you're not doing this right. I'm never going to wake up and tell my kids stop drinking or beat you for drinking alcohol. I want to try and build a life based on example. For them, the relationship I want to share with them is, I want to teach you. There's something I know that you don't know. I think it's going to come out of an honest discussion. Can I give an honest discussion? There's a lady, a woman, friend, we drink together. It's called Jill. She gave me a very weird insight into sex, especially for a young girl.
Yeah.
She told me when they were growing up, they would tell them boys are bad. But that discussion is at home. Then when I take you for coaching, you meet a boy. The boy sits next to you. He smiles at you. He says nice things to you. He actually even does nice things for you.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then you ask yourself,
who is the right person?
I also have brothers. Are they also bad? Because they are boys. But even this boy, he's not bad. He's nice. So in there,
actually,
they have lost a lot of things. You even lost the chance to tell that someone can be too nice to you and kill you.
That is such a very good insight.
That
explains why girls in general like bad boys.
Yes.
Yeah. They've overwarned them against them that the curiosity is too much. And, yeah.
Boys are bad. I don't know if that's the end, but
yeah,
that's a discussion we want to have with the daughter. Don't go close to boys. They are bad. Guess what? That boy will even buy her time. He'll even go and lie to his parent and take her out. That's how nice it's going to be to her. That's going to be the first time she's not going to tell you about. That's how your children are going to tell you about the relationship with the boy.
Because the things are not coordinating.
This guy. That guy is telling me boys are bad. When the kids not tell you about their life, they are the boys in her life.
Their time and what they are doing.
But if you tell her, by the way, there are going to be some relationships and stuff. I don't know how that's supposed to come out, but if, for example, she got to know from you that, that's why kids ask us, how did you meet mommy?
And you guys give long lies.
You give a good account of how you met mommy, and your friends, and you used to do ABCD. This is how you behaved with mommy up to this point. Then they'll come and tell you, I met George. The only way you can tell them that boys are good is if you treat your wife right. Or if you treat the women in your life right.
If the relationship with mom and dad is good,
even if it's not good, even if it's not doing well, it was there, and it has.
But in terms of character, they notice how you treat.
Yes, it may be through that because some people overdo it. But
yes,
it becomes very difficult for you to tell that boys are bad when they have a dad. You mean he was never a boy? Is that the fallacy? Because they are young, they will always look at him like an old man. But I tell my kids, no, I was once like you. I was 13 years. I told Judy that at the beginning we said that when I look at you, you behave like I behaved when I was 15 years. You're ahead of me. The level of responsibility you take towards your books, I picked that in senior 3. The fact that I am able to come to school and you tell me, Daddy, and I tell you, hey, Judy, I want to take you out and we'll go and eat KFC, and tell me, no. I'm supposed to stay in school. I'm going to stay in school. It's a boarding school. Wouldn't I have done that? Senior 4? Never. Even whenever you take me away and take me for a minute. But Meta in P7 said, no. Our teacher said this, so I'm not going anywhere. So I told her.
Perfect.
You see, so I have to tell them that I've been young. And having been young, these are the things I went through. If you're a woman, tell them that boys were like this. I'll give you another example. Sex is bad. Baddest lie you'll ever tell a child. And I think that lie even makes them find out.
Curiosity, definitely.
Because they go back to their friends and say, it's good. Your kid has gone. But my say tells me it's bad. How? Wait until the guy touches your daughter's thigh and she responds immediately with, hey, this feels this good. Your fellas, your thingies will be gone. You'll be lies. But, sweetie, sex, I enjoy it with your mom. We are married. It's how we got you. Because they know that's how they make it. But the thing is that we've loved.
At what time do you have these conversations now? Not like at what stage?
I really think that those are one of the reasons as to why.
Because there's now TV in play.
I really think that one of the reasons as to why parents try to monitor their kids carefully is to try and pick that moment where to have those discussions with them. Those discussions should not be a one-off that you've come from office and you think she's 16 years. Pick something. Pick a moment when you can bring that story to play.
It's best applicable. And don't make it normal.
Yeah, like I woke up and tell my dad, my first girlfriend when I was in senior too. Hey, I'll tell her, I was 14. So, what's up at 16? Is there someone? I can use that moment. Hey, by the way, when I was 8 years. Can kick off from there. Hey, by the way, I first had sex when I was 18 years. But if you do it, you'll not be ready. There are consequences. You won't manage them. You'll know, do you want to study? You will stop. You'll be interrupted. So that they know out there that
what happens, the reality of things.
This touch will cause this reaction that will cause this. Let me avoid this touch. Because the boy is actually good and sex is nice. Even for kids it will. So, the thing is, we as parents, we don't paint any image, because even these rich guys with a lot of money, they have a lot of financial hardships in their business, in whatever they do.
Yeah,
it will be a job. It will be they struggle to get what they get. We break that fallacy to our kids. That not a fallacy. We break that truth. We don't tell them. So you just act.
We want to keep them in denial of things.
No,
you
act. Yeah. You act like everything is okay. When they ask you for money, you just throw it. You can pretend. You can pretend. Say, you know what? I've had. How much is that trip? It's 700K. When things are a bit tricky, I have to do A, B, C, D. That trip, I'm going to give you 300,000 shillings. You go and deposit. But you have the 1 million. Then you give them 300. You watch. What's happening? Our books, that trip. You also show that I'm concerned. When I come to check on your books, I also know that you have other activities besides your books. I've bought another 200K. Give it to your teacher. So you show some kind of structure. The money is not easy. But for you, everything. Sometimes we think that by refusing we are hurting. Eh? But no one has ever been hurt by not being given something they want.
No one has ever been hurt or
by not being given.
People are hurt emotionally.
Even those are just your emotions. But those are things you need to get your kids to manage. But I want to tell you this. I was reading something quite recently. And they say that the key to success is somehow related to the number of times you fail. The more, the higher. You have to know there is the law of rejection. It's a very, very bad statistic. Out of 10 attempts, we have only 3 successes. So it means that even your child, however much you've raised them in a very good environment, when they grow up, out of 10 requests, they're going to get 7 rejects. Have you trained them to handle those
7? Which are the most? How have you handled rejection, Richard? Things, job.
I move on. I just move on. I always believe there's another chance elsewhere.
How easy is it to move on?
It's so hard. And that is life. Mark, those are the things we're unable to translate to our kids. We think that them seeing a hard life is a punishment, and we don't know that is where they are going. Because that is where we have all gone. You will look at anyone. That's why I was telling you. Okay, the friends of yours went abroad. How's it worked out for them? You will find we have all.
That's a trick. People go and invest so much in that education, then they come back here, and it's so bad.
And now,
it's depressing.
When you're not able to manage rejection, that's where the depression is going to be. Yeah. I can't say that I've managed rejection very well. Maybe I've not been rejected for far often. And also, you may also find that I've not been rejected for a long time. There's losing something and you take 2 years to get it back. And yet for me, I've been losing, and in 3 months I'm okay.
Okay, yeah.
You get it?
So your power of moving on is Is that just about to that? You know that things, your
No.
hope is up.
No, I always keep trying to
Yeah.
move on. You know,
See, Andy, when you...
and I will tell you, Mark, one of my biggest mistakes in that job with Callers is I had actually developed the comfort of thinking it will not end soon. Where you're saying, well, look at these things, they are going to go for the next 3 years. Not knowing that's not your job, that's not your company, you can't set its terms. So, I used to go into jobs with one saying that I start a job with an exit plan. It's the most difficult thing to even think about.
Yes. I've suffered the same by that.
But I highly recommend everyone to think about it. Your exit plan could be as easy as I need to have rent for 3 months.
In front.
Because within that time I can recover. Your exit plan could be as easy as I will not leave home now. I don't think this job is stable enough for the next 3 years. So let me stay at my mother's place. I don't have to pay rent.
Yeah.
That's an exit plan. Exit plan does not mean you have to have $1 million. That's what most people think. So most people go to jobs, exit plan is 1 million, they start stealing immediately. Other people will say, I will not leave home, so he's conscious about what he's doing.
Yeah.
Other people will say, my exit plan in this job is I will be putting 10K in a small team for the next 4 years. When I realized I had 3 years, I thought I had 3 years, I didn't have an exit plan. And that has been one of my biggest mistakes.
So you definitely tell me and everyone out there to always have...
Unless this is your podcast, have an exit plan.
Well, this is mine, but still...
I said unless.
Yeah.
What I was meaning that unless
yes,
what I do
this is yours.
Have an exit plan.
What happens if let's say you own business and you reach where you need to switch careers and you're feeling like, you know what, this is not the goals. Do you ever set like goals? Are you designed like that? I feel like that's a stretch. Goals. And when you achieve them, what next?
Now, goals, that topic of goals is a bit funny. I learned that you can never have a driving force unless you have a target.
Yeah.
Like I'll give you in my business, in what I'm trying to do. Okay, even from what I was taught initially, I was very fortunate to have been trained. I was very fortunate to have worked with people. I worked in a company where people were so lazy. They dumped everything they felt was uncomfortable to me. Like those things like doing a business plan. Or, let's try and plan for next year. Everyone hates those things. But I discovered a secret. That is what informs your daily activities. That target. I will tell you, this year I tried to talk to a couple of my colleagues who do finance, and I was telling them that there's something I know that we can do that can help us navigate. Yeah. I have an idea of what how I'm supposed to build up my target, but I need you to help me, to guide me a bit, because in there I have fixed costs, I have variable costs. Fixed costs I know, rent, probably water, power. For now, those are mainly because I don't have salaries to pay. Most people need to have basis.
Yeah.
But I have to make sure I cover these fixed costs. So whenever I'm building my prices, my fixed costs have to fall under my net profit. That's what I wanted to work out with the finance person. So I have a general image that I have this many fixed costs. I think I need this much to survive personally in my life. The person I'm with also needs this much. So we need this much net profit at the end of the year
to keep afloat.
And that much net profit comes from selling these many drums. That's why I need to know my percentage profit. Okay?
Yeah.
Then basically my percentage profit is supposed to be my overheads, things I have to deal with, and then me. So I sit there and I tell myself,
wait, how are things
like
you have to deal with different from you?
Like I have to pay office rent. By the way,
yeah,
business, I think there's something I saw in Kakira. It's my personal observation. And I think it's one of their secrets to success. Those guys stepped away from their money. Kakira and Mayu Madvani are two different people. So when Kakira earns money, the cost center of Mr. Mayu's office is different from his home. Mayu's private life has to be defined. Even us as business owners, we need to step away from the money. We need to know what belongs to us as individuals and what belongs to the company. That's how much discipline we have to grow.
True. Yeah.
Financial, in terms of money for the company. So, I sit down and I know that I need 10 million every month. That is rent for the office, my feeding, my fuel to move and look for more business. So that will tell me that if I'm making 100,000 shillings on a drum, I need 10 million. It means I need to sell 100 drums every month. So that feeds into my day-to-day.
Nitty-gritty is how you do.
That is how you look at a goal. Yeah. I've had challenges even now in the business because the projections I did this year are all shit. Not even 30% is achievable. That's how bad it is for us in business. As of now, I've not even achieved 30% of what I targeted to achieve.
When did you say the beginning of the year?
Yes.
Why haven't you reached it?
There's no business. How has stopped?
Okay.
The things products where I sell my things, they are roads. People are not working. They're not at good capacity. Baba Angels, I told you, if someone is angelic, how will they work?
Sure.
There are projects that Ministry of Works has given out that were supposed to have started in November last year. They haven't started up to now. So all those were my projections. But now, okay? But that's how a goal is a target. And even if it were you should set one, even if it's for a podcast. We used to have, there are things that feed into your goal. Like if I want to sell 100 drums every month, I'm going to tell myself that every day I should call a new customer who can use these things. So that every day I look to make a phone call, I will call Mark and ask him, do you know the owner of this company? I will start to think, this company is doing well. How do I make the owner? It's feeding into my day-to-day. I'm feeding into my goal by doing this. But it starts from here. Then I break it down. And I come down and I realize, I need 100 drums every month. How do I achieve
How
it?
do I get...
I have only 4 customers.
How do I multiply them?
Those 4 customers of mine don't even have work now. They anticipate working.
That.
We all need it.
Yeah.
It's very weird, but very scary. But
let's say as a startup business, is it better you hire someone to set such things for you, or you're supposed to
understand them? That's why you see, I've been grappling with a lot of my colleagues, finance people. I call them, I tell them, I know this is like this. May I even give you my understanding of what I've done. But feed into it as a more proper finance person and let me organize myself.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Because even here I can tell you, but you're a finance person. what is going to be your take when you do for me this work? And I tell people, Mark, have a sales skill. It's very important. When you come to me, we are building startups. We can no longer manage to have things like, this guy is the procurement officer of my company, so all he does is buy goods. Your procurement officer has to know how to get your company business. Okay?
Yeah.
So that when they go out there, they don't just wait for a salary. They can also bring money.
Bring money to earn their salary.
Everyone needs to be the first thing, and that's why I was telling you that we need to make sure the people we employ are satisfied. When a person is satisfied with their job, when they go out, they say, I work in this place, they are marketing you.
They become ambassadors.
Exactly.
In whatever way possible.
Exactly. But I've seen people, I cannot believe that in this day and age, where we have smartphones, we have WhatsApp, that you can text someone and they don't respond to you because it's past working hours. No. Do you know we had employees in callers who are behaving like that? That is now real unsatisfactory behavior. The guys were in Nairobi. A guy is earning 30-40 million Uganda shillings, 50. That's not enough to motivate him that on Saturday, if Richard is just texting you to ask you, hey, how far with the order that we made? Has it reached here? And he's there, he's unable to tell you, what was I saying? And then what was I saying? Yeah, and then you have an employee. I used to talk to the finance guy of course. I asked myself, it's just a text message to ask you,
how far
did the drums leave yesterday? Yesterday was Friday. You never got back to me, by the way. I even called you on Friday. You never got back to me. And now I've texted you. Just ask you, did the driver leave? And you keep quiet until Monday. Those are signs of job dissatisfaction. You highly paid. You have a phone. You're even free. All you need to do is text me back and even say probably, I don't know. But that feels like a lot of work because you're not on your clock. Those are signs of job dissatisfaction. Something that simple. And that person can never be an ambassador for you. But now, treat them well. I mean, how many guys are proud of working in KCCA or UNRA? I don't see them anymore. Why? Anyway, I don't know. But I was just telling you.
That's such a big institution, though. If we don't have people, those are big institutions that it should be mandatory that I'll be proud. Because that is why I will go to school. That, I want my job in KCCA, at least my start. End up in KCCA, UNRA. But yeah, I agree with you because my sister, even in ISP, yes. I'm looking for the next chance to leave.
Once they eventually realize that money is never enough, they just can't talk nice about the place, then they go into mode of looking for elsewhere. So it's quite unfortunate.
And then now motivation of doing the things, even if now like this situation you're in, guys have failed to pay. How do you keep up? And you be like, okay, let me just keep up. Why aren't you going to go and
I tell myself that I sold those drums last year. This year I have to sell others. So as I wait, I sell others. I have to wake up every day in the morning and think about how to
sell others.
Yeah. It's very difficult there, but there's nothing more practical than that. It's the only thing I have to do. So, I know it's very, very, and I was telling you that maybe the previous times I've had a short time of recovery. That's why it hasn't been. So, as I wait, I do others. I keep hearing stories. Can you imagine I called someone yesterday, And they told me that the ministry was anticipating to get money in October. We are in August. We're just finishing August to start September. And someone tells you that, you see, first quarter they never released, but we are anticipating second quarter release, which is done. And second quarter begins in October. Because it is July, August, September. So if it begins in October, government can release the money in December.
That's very discouraging to even want to get a government contract. Yet
Exactly
again, that's
my
where
point.
the money is.
I've actually talked to people. Someone had a government contract, told me, I'm looking for someone to help me with equipment. If they can hire for me a whole set of equipment, we can work out a payment plan. I have this contract. So I have a friend of mine, he has equipment, colleague, not a friend, colleague, he has construction equipment. I called him up. I'm like, Andrew, I have this thing. I have a customer of mine, he does these roads, I supply him things, what? He's looking for a jump start. He has dates and all that. We talked honestly. Andrew gave me as much time as I wanted this, to lay out my brilliant plan. Then he told me, Richard, we no longer extend credit to guys who are doing government work.
Effortlessly.
Quietly. Then he told me, are you aware that there is a Chinese guy we gave work and he left the country because of government failing to pay? He closed up, he wrapped up and he didn't pay them. So he told me, respectfully decline just because that contract. So he told me the only contracts we can extend credit to are the ones of NGOs and, you know, where we know it's World Bank funded, but government of Uganda, we would rather not do that work. So they are also there with a whole deeper section of road contract they don't want to do. But they have equipment.
Institutions are messing it up. Now we're still in still life. We had gone away from the whole construction bit. As a man, what do you think about companionship and marriage? Is it a necessity? Does it, a lot of my friends think maybe it's how people keep children. And also, what do you think about co-parenting? Because I have noticed a trend of me and my friends and my peers, our generation, I do
You're
not
asking
know
a
about.
guy who grew up with a single mom. Continue.
Did that have a toll on you? Do you think, now that you've grown back to reflect, of course you don't want to blame parents and whatnot, do you look back and be like,
I think if anything, it has done a lot to me. It has actually helped me make a lot of decisions in my life, having seen that you can grow up with one parent.
and make it?
Kids don't die. They don't die because their dad has gone or their mom has gone. They die because they fail to feed them and take care of them. That's all. People do it when they're in Japan. Your dad was in Japan for many years.
The longest, the whole time I was in school.
Companionship.
Yeah.
Make sure it develops you. Make sure you gain positively from it.
By positively, what do you mean? My goals could be just having super good sex every morning, and I can get that.
And that's a goal. And that's okay. And that's if actually you're going into a marriage and you think it's good sex, that's your thing. Let no one ever tell you it's bad because you only enjoy sex. It's what you want. I was telling you that depends on what you get. You should get something positive out of it. Me, companionship was more of support each other.
Yeah.
It should be a ladder for me to climb. I climb on you, you climb on me. And I'll tell you, it's a very difficult thing to do. Because when one of you pushes the limits, the other one relaxes because they say the comfort has come. It's difficult. By the way, adversity breeds success. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled.
By adversity,
Sometimes
just
it can kill you.
Yeah. Help me just break down adversity.
Okay.
It skips my
They
mind.
say
Sure.
bad times create successful people. Successful people create good time, and then good time creates bad people. That's the cycle of our life. That's why you see there's a consistency in self-made guys and spoiled kids. The guy is self-made, he left his chalo, His parents were kicking him. You man, you can't come back here. The man realizes this place he means. He studies so hard. He does whatever he's supposed to do, grinds hard, then gets successful. Then he creates a good time.
A good time.
Then his kids fail. I'm telling you, when we were young, we didn't say. We always thought that the kids with the silver spoon in their mouth are going to go ahead of us. Until guys like Luswata Joseph of Sutherland started making it in life. Village boy, now a partner in one. And there are many. I have many. They have many close friends. Morris Kairania Morris told me when he was in Miri, he used to go back. Now Morris, this is very personal.
Yeah.
I hope Morris forgives me for saying this. But Morris's dad was a civil servant. And he was able to pay for Morris. But I don't know what Morris's mom had done to him. Even Morris doesn't know. In all the kids that man paid fees, in all the entire family, he had several wives. It's only Morris and his mom who stayed behind. So Morris would leave Muri, go back to Mayuge, and sell mangoes. And holidays, top up on this, top up. Morris is a civil engineer. Morris did civil engineering and went back and started paying for his dad's kids, who he had produced for the women, the young ones. He has paid Arnold finished campus. It's Eddie Morris from adversity. Here he tells me, Amen, natundanga miyembe. And this is not those rags from Richard Sendagire, because that was his school. His mother struggled and did what he would just supplement. He also had to go and sell that. But you're selling miyembe in Mayuge. When is that? Morris is 2 years ahead of me. 2 or 3. You see, I have another great guy I know called Mugisha Dennis. Uneducated. He has a construction company and he does projects and jobs, and he even calls me to...
Uneducated but has a construction company.
Yeah.
How does that work?
But all that story is just born in adversity. There are no special skills. It's fighting. That one told me when he came to Kampala, he started selling bread on a kagari. He was like supposed to be like in Pifo. So he could ride a bike. So ngatambuza bubani, buns. That when I started meeting him, I first met him when I was working in Has Petroleum in 2008. He was just a transporter for us. He had one truck.
Yeah.
His driver, we gave his driver diesel to take to Jagali. The guy went to a small petrol station somewhere in Machindye. You know the Gelp. You know when you go to Machindye Chizungu, that is a Gelp.
I even know the Gelp itself.
That Gelp in Machindye. Yes. There was a dealer. They would come and offload 6,000 liters of diesel and top up 6,000 liters of kerosene, and then share the difference in price. Like now, you know that diesel is like now 6.1, kerosene might be like 5.7. So it's like 500, 400, 600 bucks. So the guy grabs that standard, so he knows that I'm going to grab diesel and I'm going to get kerosene. But diesel and kerosene is 600 shillings. So I'm going to give this guy 300 shillings per liter. And the third is going to be $9 diesel. So the guy goes back with one. So they did something like that on his truck. And they went to Bujagali and they caught them with unregistered fuel. That's how I became his friend. I helped him get that truck out of police. Because he didn't steal the fuel. It was the driver. The case was there. The fuel had been rejected. But police had taken his truck. I was an employee in Has. I said no. The guy came to me, talked to me. I went, I talked to police. What said, no, we need the company. I came back to the company, I talked to them. They all abandoned him. And he got his truck. That's how he became my friend. You know, and for some time, I'll tell you, he's taken me through instances.
Yeah.
There have been situations where the man has given me work and he pays me some money. But all these guys, I'll tell you, for Dennis I've seen, Mugisha I've seen. It's been since 2008. For Morris, I've also seen
what they have done.
I want to tell you that adversity we talk about now is when we realize that it is mental. I know it's difficult for you to skip a meal and live that day. But when you can't afford rice, eat posho. It's okay, you won't die. The only thing that is going to hurt you is that you're not eating rice. But your stomach will be full. You'll be healthy.
You live for another day.
Live for another day. You
Definitely.
know.
Yes.
So when we are looking back at our kids, we're talking about the kids, and then we talk about adversity. Many of us don't even realize the line at which comfort is for those kids. That's why we give them money that we think is right for them.
How do you know the right things to do?
About if you gave your child a chance?
No,
you say you have adults. Those are the moments they should be adults. Tell them, how much money should I give you? Let's sit down and do a budget. And then you sit down, tell them, okay, in school, we begin the day how? We begin the day with a cup of milk and a bun. How many buns? 3.
That's
Buns can be disturbing. We shall choose. Okay, what options do we have? Okay, we shall chew a bun on Monday. We shall organize a sumbusa on Tuesday. So on Monday, you don't need money. So we shall sit down and say, okay, realistically, in a day, what day should we buy breakfast ready? We should buy breakfast 3-4 days. 3 days a week for. No, that's reasonable. The rest chew the buns. Whatever they're giving at school. Let's look at break tea. What happens? And let the child explain their process of the day as a 16-year-old in school. You just attach figures. You're just guiding. 2 sumbusas. We don't want to eat 10 sumbusas. Reasonably dry now. So we'll say we'll buy 2 samosas and the chapati. So how much is that? So maybe now
those are really good things to have. Yeah. And understand their reality and maybe add on.
Let me give you my story.
Yeah.
In my senior 2, second term, I came back from school, having washed my clothes like twice in a term. Clearly, boys, you know how we operate. Bed sheets, those ones.
You keep.
They're even inside becoming cold. When you black in there, you have to black in one spot like so. Damn it, you turn. It's cold. But someone wasn't washed their bed sheets. So we got holidays. Went back home. Now, I opened my suitcase to get a few of the clean clothes I had. Oh my God, that thing was smelling. It was smelling kavuk for days. So when I was opening the thing, a flyer fell out for a day dance at Renzori Ballroom, Sheraton. It was our first day dance. The day dance just hours.
Yeah.
So my mother was there and she saw it. But do you know my mother had come there? The bedroom was smelling like a problem. The bed sheets. So she was like, hey, what is this smelling? So the carpet had fallen down. She saw it. And she picked it up. And asked me, do you want to go for this thing? I said, yes. Then she told me, make sure you wash all your clothes by tomorrow morning. Then you'll go for this thing. You're there, you've saved some pocket money, you know. After washing my clothes, and I told her, hey, mommy, is on a hanger, what? They're on the wire. She told me, go and bring my handbag. Well, I was sitting outside, because she was also washing her clothes. She used to wash her clothes, by the way. So she got her handbag, we had finished having breakfast. She started transport. It was, I think, $300, $500 from Chelando up to City Square. From City Square, Transorible, you walk.
Yes.
It's like return. Entrance 2.5. Entrance 2.5, that's 3,000. She told me, you're going to drink 3 beers. She even told myself, you're going to take 3 bails. She used to take bail. At first she felt that bail was safe, won't get me drunk.
Yeah.
Told me 3. A beer was 3K. Over 2.5. She calculated that money. She added 5. She's like, now beer is 2.5. Now
you have 7.5.
10. No, you have 500 shillings.
Yeah.
Transit 2.5. Entrance, that's 3K.
300.
You have your 7.5. That's 10K.
Yeah.
500.
Yeah.
Go when you've eaten. you won't afford food in ballroom, of course. So eat here now, heavy,
And
because
boom.
booze needs.
Food.
She made it. That was her advice.
Yeah.
So she's like, but now coming back was like Lusamvu. Then she's like, miscellaneous money. She gave me 3K for miscellaneous. She budgeted for me. And we went through this together. And she gave me my 15K.
And you bought.
And I went and parted. She took my 3 pints. Even bought a Chennai pint. Because I had an extra 3.
miscellaneous, yes.
Hey, I bought a Chennai pint. And I bought my Obits. Where I jumped in taxi.
The cool things, yeah.
At 7:30, I was walking back on the Western Road, going back home. Dark, that place was, I was happy. She had actually told me, no, leave like at 6. But now, those taxis of Keron were fighting for what? But I got home dark. I think it was like, I must have got to walk that Cherisa Road like at 7, dark. Nenga, even said a place, Nenga, I'm happy. They dance. Mama, I'm not even scared of mommy.
She was part of the plan. But it's pure joy then, yeah.
And I comfortably went up. Like, how was it? Hey, you know, not much to say. You danced, you're with your friends, but
What was the point? What point were you in life then?
I was in Form 2. I was
Form
like
2.
14 years.
Okay. Yeah, that's very good. If you learn how to budget like that in Form 2, okay, if you took that lesson there and be like, it just informs all your other decisions, even at school.
All these things were parents struggling about to give the kids. That was the thing with mommy.
Yeah. That to me is very practical. I think I saw.
We have covered your basics, you have books. What is this 6K for actually? It is for things that they can't do day. What things? You're not going to go and eat food there, then there.
Yeah. You're not.
So
you're in
sit
school.
Down. You're even a human being. Let's sit down and be real. You know? Let's not start imagining things. Then you want to break my back for me to give you stuff I can't actually afford. I have to go out of my way. You know, just because there are niceties that you have to take milk every day when I can't afford it. So I think that trait needs to be built in kids. That it's actually not a punishment. That for 3 months you don't eat the food you want. Because in life sometimes it cannot be a whole lifetime where you can't afford the food you want.
Then these things, Netflix.
I pay them, I enjoy them, I watch them.
Now we are kids, I'm saying, because Netflix has documentaries on sex education, whatnot, with a lot of professors, by the way, very informative, that trying to tell the children about a few myths. That is from one of the documentaries where I learned that even virginity for a woman is a lie. But we didn't know the things. Now, how do you
see how you give your daughter unnecessary pressure over something that's an illusion?
Yeah.
It's because you're trying to be real. I'm going to tell you this. I'm even sure the school has told us something before I do. But I want to make sure mine is real. I want to make sure mine is unadulterated. It's not covered.
Yeah.
It's not a lie. I'm not going to go out and start telling her that he's an angel. You know that he didn't have sex until he finished school.
And you married.
He even tried to have sex when he was in S3 and he failed. Like a chick just refused.
Yeah. So probably they know rejection is normal as well.
Know? So I will try. A lot of those things are based out of people's experiences. But why don't you share yours? Why is yours so hard to share? You don't remember it?
My experience with that.
I'm saying, I asked myself a question that you asked me about the YouTubes. Yeah, later here, I hope I'll get my chance to give her my story as well. How I see it.
Yeah. Which I
as
think
a parent.
Your perspective has to be. That's the thing. That's what
For
people
me-
call
for me- for
making
me-
your child your
for me,
friend.
yes.
Giving them the experiences so that they pick
Experiences.
from your eyes.
Yes. Just so because you want her to be your friend so that you can open up. You have to open up more than they do. Because for them, there are things you know and have done that they still think they can hide.
Yeah.
They will not tell you. I'll tell you, Mark. No one ever wakes up and tells you, my marriage failed. I don't know why. I don't know why for that one it's marriages fail. They're like anything in life. And you're going to ask me about that that co-parenting thing. Let me tell you, that Jill I was talking to and gave me that insight about girls, how they used to tell them and what the actual thing was, told me that one of the stumbling blocks at associations of girls' schools, old girls' associations, is classification of relationship. You will be hard pressed to find a woman who has been married and her marriage fails attending those things. Because from the onset, the ones who are married have tried to create a class that they are above.
They're different, yes.
That for them,
They've had
something.
They're going to heaven.
That you don't have that, probably makes them
a greater human.
Biggest joke ever. Biggest joke. So that thing alone affects how relationships, associations are managed at such a level. But these are people who have lived through life and that people who have seen their friends fail, and they still carry such an irrelevant
standard to themselves.
It does not improve your thinking in any way. I was telling you that always I look at a companionship. The sex, for me, support system. You're the first person I spend the most time with.
Yeah. I can definitely talk to you about.
I will give you an example. One time, I'm not going to say I'm the most perfect person to do the right thing. But in the scarf of spending time with my wife, she had been complaining I don't spend enough time with her. I was going back to UMI to study a postgraduate diploma in project planning and management. An eye-opener. UMI, that course, I'll tell you, maybe the courses abroad open up other eyes. This one, you should do it yourself. If you go and study at UMI and follow what I'm telling you to do and do the things you need to do, you're going to have a different thinking in your life. Completely. It will not even take you a year. You within that course, you will see it. So I had that, my friend had recommended. People are telling me to go and do Prince 2, PMP. These were way more expensive than what I could afford. So I said no. I went to UMI. When I was going, I told my wife, it's been long overdue. You come and we go back and study together so that we can spend time together. Whatever course you're doing, even if you go and do, I know the courses, like a postgraduate diploma in like in business, whatever.
Anything.
You still do the same modules I want to do. And I can feed into supporting you. We will all come back
together, more time together. Yeah.
Then we'll sit down and say, hey, by the way, this work, you haven't done your homework, do it from here, we'll go to the library together. We are still spending time together. But the only problem is, you want me to spend time with you. It's happening near you, in a hotel, in a bar with you, in a hotel. Nice time. You don't even realize that people actually can spend time together, even when
it's not nice time. Yes.
And that's where I used to find it really disturbing. People say you don't spend time with your kids. But I told you I went to work with my kids the whole Saturday. Because for me, I was seeing that as valuable time with them. I had seen the birthday party.
Because you don't want to nag them, first of all. Yes. You don't want to stay with them the whole day. What are you doing with our 6-year-old?
10, 14. And for me, I had seen this on the last birthday party I had gone to at time to play.
Yeah.
I was there alone with my kids. I was not seeing them. I went back home and asked myself, okay, what was that besides the show that daddy can drive you to go and play? I didn't get to talk to them. I didn't interact with their kids.
Just keep chasing them back. You don't get a soda. Back soda, you stay that side. True.
But now when I was them the whole day, I was able to tell them, this is now
This is what
sewage,
Yeah.
these are aggregates, this is hardcore, this is sand, it is delivered by that truck. That is how we work. You come and see truck, hey,
They understand the whole
then they
cycle.
even excited about the equipment, We left and one of them told me, I don't want to be an engineer. Your work is dirty and you even drive high cars, pickups. The ATL told me, your things.
No.
It's a dirty job.
And now you see, from a very young age, I have a perspective of what I'm going into
Yes.
if I choose this path
Yes.
that you'll have to deal with
And,
sewage.
you're just young now. Tomorrow you will outgrow that dirtiness. Tomorrow I'm going to take you to a school where you're going to such channels.
But
don't
I don't
know.
even have to outgrow the dirtiness. Just understanding that, you
Yes.
know what?
This guy works like this.
Yeah, this is not what I probably want.
Or this guy works like this.
If I have to choose this path, this is, that I totally agree.
I thought I would go and motivate them because I had been paid. And one said, you have a bullshit job.
So then what's the compromise of spending time together? And how is it ideal? Now, like, for you had that, you suggested that, probably rejected. What was the compromise?
It wasn't rejected. I still do it.
Yeah.
And for me, that is my time with my kids. I've told you my critical path. I go to school and I check on your performance. I will even come to school more often than your mom. You will not know. Because I'll come and talk to the teacher and he'll tell me some stuff. As I told you, I give the teacher more trust than I give you as my child.
Why? Because you are my child.
Because he's impartial and I love you. Those are the two things. I love you and the other guy is impartial. I don't think I'm the one who has the kids that people don't like. In the whole class there are 60 kids. Then you don't like mine.
True.
No. I think they're very good girls.
Yeah.
They are likable.
Yeah. That makes sense, Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I've raised kids that are right, you're going to like them. You won't refuse my kids. You will be interested in teaching them. Because I'll tell them, please go and listen to that man. If you don't,
It's on you.
me and you are going to get a problem. And whatever that man tells me is going to hold. You, I'll give you a chance of 10%.
And usually if you've let that authority flow like that, in cases where this time the child has something to say, it will be really relevant. That
Yes.
it will have some weight. That
Yes.
Yeah.
And because you, and I'm going to tell you, teacher will talk. Like that time when she was not handing in her work for 3 months or so. P5, she was the class monitor. All of a sudden, books. She's the one who was collecting books to take to the teacher. I have a role. Because I come often to school, I make it very clear. Airtime for you, Sebo. I send you 20K. So that if my daughter has an issue, text me.
Yeah.
Text me. We see how we work it out together. Let's not let it fester. So the guy called me and told me, gave me the story, what. I even think I was sick. I was very, very sick. I had a bad cold. The day before I even failed to drive my car from office to home. So I told her, I'm going to LifeLink, but I don't know. Do you know when the teacher told me, Daddy Judith, are you free? You want to come? So I said, I'm going to LifeLink, I'm sick. But when the guy told me it's about Judith's academics, I didn't even go to hospital. Even the headache
Disappeared.
it reduced. So my wife told me we'll go together. We went to school. I'm not stupid. Teacher told me don't do your work. Where are your books? There's evidence to that. That didn't require me to believe any of you. Mark, they brought those books. My daughter was a month late. Out of 10 numbers, she was doing 4. Then we didn't go past the first book. I started beating her. Slaps, what? And of course I was trained by a teacher. And I gave my stand. I told her, Judy, we have a deal. We talk. I don't think I come up and do these things. What's our deal? And then I asked her, Then she said, mine is to read, yours is to pay the fees. That's what she said. I told her, who was messed up? She was in P5. So what do you do? Mine is to what? To do my work. I told her, Judy, we have a simple deal. We've had this deal since like P3. I pay the fees, you do your work. What have you done? I haven't done work. Should I beat you? Yes. And that was it. Do you blame me? She said, no. We have what? So I went back. I don't leave it at that. Holidays when I come, I look at the report. Have we improved? Judy, yes. Are the books okay? Yes. What happened that time? Then we get to realize that we normally have second half jitters. That's our weakness. Second half, I think, because it's too long, we drop concentration along the way. You know?
Usually.
Yeah. And then you see that even in P4, I had the same problem. Hey, so madam, you even know. You know? Even teacher Isaac told me this. You know, teacher told me, you know, and because I went back and said, why? Because it has never been your problem. You know, daddy, I was just what? I think she gets playful along.
Yeah. I think as that type of child,
and I'm telling you, because no teacher hasn't told me that, I have no reason not to believe
not to
teachers.
believe it. There is big data you work with, definitely. Yeah. It's big data you're working. So the decisions you make further then are very informed on.
Yeah.
Totally get that.
So for me, I'll tell you, because the teacher is impartial, he has 90% of my ear. There's so many traits we don't pick up. So many bad things don't pick up with our kids that happen, and those teachers see them. And when they tell you, you go and say, no, my kid is being spoiled by so and so. So and so.
So the value for teachers needs to be amplified.
Upped 10 times.
We shouldn't be in struggles with their money.
Please.
But, yeah.
I don't like. The parents of nowadays don't appeal to me in any way.
Yeah.
No. Because of the way we have chosen to treat the people who give us services in our lives. As long as we feel we're better than, it's very, very bad. I've told you about a maid.
Yes.
A house help. You even find houses where they're telling you that has to sit there. That person served you.
Food.
That person gave you food. It gets worse. You say how you complain about boarding? I never went to boarding school. I went to boarding school at 13 years.
That's S2. S1.
S1.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark. I want to take all my kids to boarding school.
In P1?
As well as P1. Unfortunately, everyone tells me they're too young.
They're too young. There's an effect on that.
P5.
P7 maybe.
The one in P3, I want to take her next year. And I'm going to explain to you why.
Yes, that's the why I really want to listen to.
Despite the fact that you despise those maids, you leave them with your kids every fucking day. Sorry.
No, that's okay. This is personal podcast. Yeah.
All of us, most of us have kids on shuttles and people dropping them and picking them. And where do they drop them? At home with a maid alone. You're busy somewhere making money. From after making money, you even go to the bar. And you have to do something else. So you get back home. When it was even the maid told you to stop. Now, what is that maid with the teacher? And a properly trained academic, I'll have a matron. That child is in an environment of kids. They're all studying. We have kids. Kids go back home. And they know all the Indian useless soaps in the world.
And they're doing all sorts of things. I found 2 kids, my siblings. I think they didn't know they were siblings. But because of the addiction to the soaps and whatnot, I found them kissing.
Thank you. We are all there living in a very... I've told you that I've grappled with time for my kids. And I've stepped away and looked at it impartially.
Yeah.
And I've judged myself that, in essence, I would see my kids for an hour tops a day.
It's suitable.
And to do it not, except the fact that you see them in the morning when you wake up. They are preparing to work. But I don't even check their homework. So, I used to, when Judy was in day school, whenever I would come back from the bar 4 a.m., I would look through her homework. Because I still remember most of that stuff.
Yeah.
Why don't I give Judy to a teacher?
No, but that point informs a lot of... Because even staying home, when you're not staying with the parents, doesn't make sense.
You see, even on Saturday...
You're not there. If you have a job, you're now doing a side gig on Saturday. And hanging out with the people.
Then on Sunday you're sleeping.
Yes. You're tired.
You're tired. You're there. You tell them, don't make for me noise. You're even telling them to be free. Okay? So, for me, those were girls.
Yeah.
If boys pop in, P1 please, you're going. I want you to build an identity. If you admire mine, build yours around mine. But I can't help you build it. I can't help you build who I am, even if you liked it. And we cannot be the same mark. For me, I believe in that independence, even if it's as early as 5 years. I've told you, the actual check-in for our kids once they start going to school is done by the maid. So, that's why all of us are looking for good maids. My maid can even supervise my kids' homework. I've had such stories. Haven't you had them?
Yeah.
What about the teacher did it herself?
And
that kid is in prep time in a school. A properly structured prep time where they even tell their education is to know that this kid is going to be here from 8 or 7 to 9.
I agree, Richard. That even brings us to the end of the podcast.
Okay, Mark.